I could grab your things. If someone needs to lift their jacket, there is a place behind us, please. These ones. I think we can be like 10 minutes late to prepare.
The online
so
people.
take your time. If you need to go to the toilet, please feel welcome. There are also places here. Russians are also for you.
She's like, can't go Poland and speak with her. I've seen this mum. It's just like slow.
Like, I can take your jacket.
Yeah.
If you want. Pick up.
Yeah. I have a lot of layers.
Yeah, me too. I dressed.
I'll keep
I dressed for it. You want something?
Yeah. Take your time.
Everything else I don't need.
lights.
Also, if you don't keep some things in the shower, you can put them here. If you okay. I mean, it's fine, but
It looks a bit cleaner.
yeah. Can I put it here? Your bag?
How you feeling? You've got half a job.
what are you seeing? Because
Okay, thank you very much for joining us and welcome to our panel, From Our Freedom to Yours, a very much international and internationalist conversation between anti-Zionist Jews from around the world. Got a great panel, some great people, organisers, activists, who I think are going to make for a really good conversation that I'm very excited about. So I'm going to do some introductions. We've got Nina Michnik, Arabist, anti-Zionist activist, representative of the Polish-Palestinian Initiative for Social Justice, Cactus. She was formerly associated with the Hosting Travellers Association supporting refugees and migrants in Poland and runs the profile Tamariania on Instagram. Yeah, thank you. She's been involved with Palestine solidarity activism for about 5 years. So, do you want to give her a round of applause? Yeah. And I'll introduce you next, since you're next to me. If I can find your... Where are you? Miri is a teacher and organiser with the Black Jewish Alliance and the Jewish Bloc for Palestine in the UK. Give her a round of applause. And then I'll move on to our participants online. We have Hadas Emma Kader, born in 1985 in Haifa, grew up in Carmel, north of Israel, where she did her military service as a teacher soldier working with bordered youth, was a Zionist and not aware of political stances at the time. From 2007, she started art studies, where her knowledge started opening up. Later moderated the weekly news program of the Israeli social TV, online left-leaning alternative media, which closed last year. In 2019, she initiated and moderated a learning circle in Hamburg, weekly meetings of Israeli and German to learn the history of Israel-Palestine. And 2020 onwards to today, occasionally contributing text, video editing to Palestine Chronicle. Since June 2024, joined the Jüdische Stimme and have been speaking publicly in pro-Palestine demonstrations in Hamburg. We have Wieland Hoban is chairman of Jüdische Stimme, Jewish Voice for a Just Peace in the Middle East. He's also a founding member of the umbrella organization Global Jews for Palestine and European Jews for Palestine, which collectively comprise over 30 member groups worldwide. I don't want to leave anyone out. And last but not least, Jonathan Shapira is an Israeli-Norwegian BDS activist. He helped start Jewish Voices, which is a new anti-Zionist Jewish collective in Norway that came into being since the start of the current genocide in the Gaza Strip. His activism started in Israel in 2003 when he, as a helicopter rescue pilot in the Israeli Air Force, convinced 30 other pilots to sign a letter to refuse orders from the Israeli government. Jonathan was on the Freedom Flotilla 4 times in 2010, 2011, 2012 and 2018. In 2017, he moved to Norway. Recently, Jonathan helped the Polish-Palestinian legal initiative, Cactus, file a request to the Warsaw Prosecutor's Office to arrest Israeli Education Minister Yoav Kish, who will be in Poland this weekend to attend Monday's Auschwitz ceremony. As well as working for the current Israeli government, Kish is also a former fighter pilot and bombed civilians in Gaza during the war in 2014. So, my first question to our very experienced and amazing panel is, what brought you to radical anti-Zionist politics? And if you could tell us also a little bit about the work you or your organization is doing at the moment as well. It's kind of a two-part question. Nina, would you like to start?
I may. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm really honored to be the part of the panel and to be with everyone today. So I think my answer would be probably my very much important upbringing, which is just constantly reading about Jewish history and understanding some core values behind it. I think it's very banal to say, but it's the truth. So when I started reading about the Palestinian history, I saw something in common, and I felt like this is the only right way. I was very, let's say, blessed because my mother that I grew up with was never very much of a Zionist, so it wasn't very difficult to read the right books and to get the right knowledge. And yeah, that's basically it. And the other part of the question was about the current activities.
What is Cactus doing at the moment? Tell us a bit about Cactus.
All right. So it's, as you said, Polish-Palestinian initiative. We're focusing on the legal aspect of the activism. Yesterday, there was a very important day for us. Polish-Palestinian citizens decided to, in the gesture of protest, file an accusation piece, yes, against the Yoav Kish minister, who is, as we know, a war criminal. So we all met in front of the main prosecutor office in Warsaw and decided to do that action, hoping for it to be just the start for the general fight for the justice. And yeah, and in general we are focusing on supporting the Palestinians evacuated from Gaza. So this is also a very important aspect of our activism and our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miri, do you want to tell us a little bit about your history around anti-Zionist organizing or your radical politics, as well as what the Black Jewish Alliance, of which I'm also a member, I should say.
Founding member.
What is the Black Jewish Alliance up to?
Thanks. I'm going to take those questions backwards, if that's okay.
That's fine.
And also, thank you so much for having me and hosting me in Poland. And it's really exciting and rejuvenating to connect with so many activists from other places in joint struggle for the liberation of Palestine. So, the Black Jewish Alliance is a kind of collective of black folk, non-Jewish black folk, Jews, both black and non-black, who came together to really try and revitalize the kind of radical traditions of black and Jewish struggle and solidarity. And we came together, I think about 4 years ago now, in 2021, at a particular time in the UK political context, where at the end of, we'd had a kind of attempt at, some of you may know, a like radical electoral project in the form of Jeremy Corbyn, who was the leader of the Labour Party in Britain. And part of what was used by the right, by the establishment of the Labour Party, by the media, and by the kind of right-wing voices to derail that project were accusations that he and his supporters were anti-Semitic. And what was starting to happen was we were seeing the people who founded the Black Jewish Alliance, all of us, black white, Jewish, non-Jewish, had all come from a kind of background in anti-racist organising in the UK, more traditional anti-racist organising, so like, organising against the police, organising against structural racism. And we found that there was what was happening was that accusations or ideas of anti-Semitism were often being used as a weapon to attack anti-racist organisers with. So, people were complaining, telling about structural racism, and it's not really a problem. What's really a problem is anti-Semitism was becoming this mainstream narrative. And at the same time, what was happening was that grassroots campaigners were feeling like, why don't our protests, why don't our voices get taken seriously? So there was a really real division opening up between black anti-racist organisers and the kind of mainstream Jewish community's attempts to centre anti-Semitism in the political discourse. And we felt that ran contrary to our traditions and to our politics, and felt really strongly that it's a mistake to kind of view anti-blackness and anti-Semitism as kind of separate systems of violence. They both have their roots in slavery, in colonialism, in imperial domination, and to try and draw those threads together. So Black Jewish Alliance didn't begin as an organisation whose primary focus was Palestinian liberation. We were anti-Zionist because we were anti-racist, and you can't be anti-racist without being anti-Zionist. So we were anti-Zionist. But our work was much more to we understood it was to kind of make an ideological intervention tying together the struggles for black liberation, for Palestinian liberation, for Jewish liberation, really kind of embedding the idea that none of us are free until all of us are free. So that's how we kind of came together. We've been doing, different work throughout that. Part of what we've done since the latest phase of Israeli genocide that began on October the 7th, 2023, we have pulled together the different Jewish anti-Zionist and organisations in the UK into a unified Jewish bloc. We can talk a bit later about some of the problems of that kind of coalitional organising. It's been challenging, but I think really worthwhile. Yeah, definitely. And the positives, but it means that we've, for the first time, certainly in my 20 years of anti-Zionist organising, got a kind of quite big, unified Jewish Palestinian solidarity presence in the UK, which is really, really exciting, as well as often difficult. And we've also tried to, again, make interventions at the ideological level that really tie together some of these ideas of where anti-Semitism originates, where racism originates, where Palestinian solidarity originates. So, for example, we held a demo outside the German embassy, which we were lucky enough to have you speak at, Wieland, called Germany Loves Genocide, where we tried to draw a thread between Germany colonial domination in Namibia and the genocide of the Nama and Herero people, the Holocaust, and continued German support for genocide in Palestine. So that's the work that we're doing. I don't think my personal story is actually that interesting, so I'm going to can it there.
Okay. In that case, perhaps next we could have Hadass.
Thanks for the invitation. So I think because I'm coming from Israel, and maybe that's why this panel is interesting, of how we see anti-Zionism in different places. It has some other aspects to it. So for me, it's first of all just to learn about the development of Zionism as a movement, as an ideology. And when you grow up in Israel, in a normal home, it's a Zionist home. I mean, that's quite the mass. Being an Israeli means being a Zionist. It's not really something I've ever contemplated on, or so it was only when just coming out of certain circles that I could start questioning this. So by relearning the history and what Zionism actually is, what was it about, looking at documents, and how those Westerns looked at that, then it's quite clearly, which is quite agreed upon, just like any other colonialism. And brutal, very brutal. And that's something that you have to really peel off of one's identity once you grow up in Israel, because it takes a lot of other things with it outside. But then it's beyond that. Zionism is also the implementation of it in like upon the Palestinians. And of course, not to mention the recent unfolding of what is going on there, which I think maybe just really exposed everything with no shame anymore. So it's not like things are new; things are just on a much bigger scale. But they're so horrible because they are really being transmitted to us through all media, and the Israeli society being so ignorant and careless about it puts everything quite clearly. So that's Zionism. I mean, that's what's behind it. And living in Germany also added a lot of understanding for me that Germany is just a huge supporter of Zionism. And I'm not even going to talk. I'm not, I mean, maybe we have to, but I'm not going to mention this love-hate relationship between Israel and Germany, because I think it's just another distraction. And but the fact is that Germany is just. Someone recently said that Israel is like the 17th state of Germany or something like that. So it's completely connected, like a one entity. And I think that there's one last point that, if you want, we can talk about a bit later. But from living in Israel, I left Israel about 9 years ago. And I live in Germany now for 7 years. I think since I used to live there most of my life, in different cities. Being part of the Israeli society, you see a lot of things from the inside that people don't see from outside. And whenever people tell me, yeah, I visited Israel, and Germans love going to Israel, for example. I visited and it was so beautiful and the people are so great. And I always felt a bit like, yeah, when you visit there as a tourist, it's not the same like living there. And of course that there are great people in Israel. I mean, I know a few. But as a society, I would be radical to say that there is something really rotten in the society morally. Even when you're not talking about Israel-Palestine, the things that are happening within the Israeli society itself are just wrong. There's some wrong moral from the beginning. And with the years, I started connecting it. It's a bit like you're denying some huge, cancer you have in your body, but it starts showing off on your skin. That's how it feels to me with the Israeli society, and that's why it's so painful for me, because it's my people in a way. But I want them to discover that they have this cancer, which is called, Zionism. So, yeah, a bit morbid. I'm sorry, but we're in really tough times now.
No, I think that's really helpful. Thank you, Hadass. We move on to Wieland.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Miri already mentioned we saw each other back in June at the German embassy. That was a great little event, also with a bit of Shabbat after the political part, and actually there were some people also from various parts of the world there because who had come for actually the first in-person meeting of the Global Jews for Palestine network. And yeah, and so our organization, Jüdische Stimme, Jewish Voice, we've been around for a while. We were founded in 2003 by just a handful of Israelis and Germans. And, you know, over the years, there were always spikes in membership when there were like escalations in Palestine. So, you know, as that was mostly in Gaza, then the, you know, caste-led, protective edge, and then in 21 also, the events, they've always seen an uptick in members. And since the 7th of October, that's kind of reached a new level. And, you know, so we're looking at, you know, potentially just being more visible, having more impact. And actually that's already been the case. I think it's, you know, because it's just unusual and for actually in the general public, for a lot of people, it doesn't make sense to have Jews speaking out against Israeli crimes. People tend to find it striking. And then quite often the people we're in solidarity with, you know, whether Palestinians who are themselves affected by the events, or in the kind of wider Muslim and Arab community, which also tends to feel very strongly about this, you know, they're often moved by that. But at the same time, I think when one is using this I guess self-classification as really for doing Jewish organizing and foregrounding that, then one also has to strike the balance in the sense of not foregrounding oneself, because this is also something that, like, sometimes because there's a certain novelty value to it, then maybe some people, you know, who support the cause and everything, they might actually be more interested in you than in the Palestinians. They think, oh wow, you know, Jews who are supporting Palestinians, how interesting. You know, let's have an event with them. And we've always worked closely with Palestinian groups and individuals. You know, we're in solidarity with them. That's our guiding principle, and it's about collaboration, and also where we do have advantages in terms of just access to, you know, to publicity, or also, you know, logistically sometimes, that we then use that advantage to make things happen that maybe they wouldn't be allowed to do otherwise. And having said that, a comrade of mine here said recently that the Jewish card is losing its value in Germany because you know, the idea that it's somehow shocking and, you know, historically perverse for German police to be beating Jews who are demonstrating for Palestine, I think it's just become normal. And the way that that's also made more palatable is by, what some have recently called unjewing. And I think that's something that I think probably all Jewish activists in this scene are familiar with that. I mean, you see this discourse in various countries where you have the mainstream organizations, which tend to be right-wing Zionists, you know, whether it's the Board of Deputies in the UK or the Central Council in Germany or equivalent organizations in France. They will say, oh, this is just some, you know, fringe extremist group. They don't represent the community. You know, they just they just support Hamas, they don't speak for Jews. And also the state authorities have often shown a tendency to somehow play down the Jewish aspect, whether maybe if they're referring to some individual to say, has some Jewish family background. It's, which is, it's not a complete denial, but it's just the framing. It's like they don't want to give this person the credit of calling them Jewish, so they'll say it has some, something vague. The real Jews are the Zionists, and in fact, last April, when there was quite a major event in Berlin, the Palestine Congress, which almost as soon as it had begun was stormed and broken off by the police. Soon after that, when the Interior Minister, the Home Secretary of Germany, was praising the police for stopping this, extremist Israel-hating event, she said that it's important to show zero tolerance towards the Islamist scene. And the organizing groups, we were one of the organizing groups. Others were mostly leftist groups, but somehow this was a manifestation of the Islamist scene, right? Even though you had like some members who were there wearing watermelon kippas, this sort of thing. So they try to, where they can, they try to kind of silence that or block out that aspect. So, that's part of what we're fighting against. But to me, what's important is that the fight is visible, because in the years before October 7th, there was a lot of repression happening that was less visible. It was below the surface, because it never erupted into scandals that would become public, right? So if someone just quietly gets uninvited from an event, or if someone doesn't get a job, or if an article doesn't get published, there are these many forms of exclusion which are not really going to make the news. But the more spectacular things became, which they did pretty soon after October 7th, when obviously the activism and the protest reached a whole new level, then also the state repression reached a new level, where the authorities and the police were constantly actually operating outside of the law in terms of, whom they would detain and whom they would charge and what they would charge them for. Countless accusations that didn't actually stand up legally in the end, but were draining a lot of energy from the movement, and really a form of harassment, whether it was physically at protests or legally, then, getting letters about legal proceedings and all this sort of thing. So we've definitely been working in a more hostile environment the last 15 months. And something that's also been very, I guess disillusioning is a kind of relative word. It depends how many illusions you had before, right? But I probably didn't have so many illusions, but still I just find it a kind of, just a really sort of horrifying realization, not only that the state was participating in genocide. Let's be honest, for Western imperialist states to be supporting and causing mass violence in many parts of the world is nothing new. But, the level of support at both the material and a political and discursive level was very intense. And apparently, according to the survey results that would occasionally be published, the majority of people in Germany were against the state's policy of sending weapons, and they also thought that what Israel was doing was excessive, after a couple of months. But, that didn't change anything. Also because people were not going out. I mean, obviously the movement did grow, and, many new activist groups, especially student groups, were formed, the same as you've had in a lot of places in the world. But just seeing the kind of indifference in some cases and cowardice in many cases of the majority of society, and in this country which is so proud of its memory culture and and this worn out slogan of never again. I mean, what does that actually mean? Does that just refer to the past, or is never again that actually refers to the future? It means that this shouldn't happen again. But when you have the country that was responsible for the Holocaust participating in genocide this way, and I mean, Miri brought up Namibia, of course, but something that's much less known, I think, is that there was a kind of informal or unofficial support also of the Armenian genocide by Germany, in terms of some training and some weapons. So something was very rotten about this memory culture, which fit into a post-war rehabilitation eventually. Not right after the war. First, there were kind of decades of silence while the government tried to establish good relations with Israel as a way of whitewashing itself. And then in the 80s, once this idea was discovered, if we're this sort of penitent sinner who is then very demonstrative and very diligent in our way of processing guilt, in a way that, of course, many Western nations have not done, then we'll be totally rehabilitated again. And it went so far that they were actually really proud of their shame, which is a perverse kind of phenomenon. And that getting through that immense guilt actually put them in a position of moral superiority, where they say, we're the experts in anti-Semitism. We get to say what's anti-Semitic, and we get to say what's genocide. So, what's happening in Gaza is not genocide, and you're anti-Semitic if you say that. We're the experts. And, that's the society we're living in Germany. And so I see really Germany as our battleground, because we're much more limited in terms of having an effect on the ground in Palestine. I mean, we do use also our resources to support some projects there, but in terms of our direct activism, our direct involvement, whether it's on the streets, or trying to send letters to people, or just spread information and knowledge just through events and talks and panels. This is where we are damned to act. So that has to be our focus. But of course, it's also great then to connect internationally and to see how we can gain from each other's experience and wisdom, and also, by setting up maybe networks which will strengthen our individual impact as well.
Thank you very much, Wieland. Jonathan, if you'd like to come in with your entry into anti-Zionism and some of the organizing that you've been doing as well.
Okay, can you hear me well?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Good. First of all, thank you so much. Just listening to all of you makes me feel at home, far from home. This is important. It's in a way connected also to my activism, because I feel that early on when I started to be active, I realized that one of the most important things is not to be alone. As probably some people here know, I started as a member of a terrorist organization. I was a terrorist in the Israeli Air Force, which is a criminal organization that I was brought up to believe that that's where I have to serve, and that's how I protect my country, my people, etc. All these cliches. And I feel that somehow yesterday was the end of that curve that I started in September 2003, when together with almost 30 pilots, we submitted our declaration of refusal that we gave to the commander of the Air Force. We published it all over the media in Israel and later on outside. The idea was that we are no longer willing to be directly or indirectly part of the war crimes of the Israeli occupation, apartheid, oppression. And yesterday, by joining Nina and the other activists in Cactus, and mostly the three Palestinians that were behind that request for an arrest warrant against the Israeli war criminal Yoav Kish, I feel that I finally did something that is actually with importance on the ground, and I feel that this is in a way where we all, one way or another, have to go. We like to argue, we like to protest, we talk, and we do lots of important things. We take a lot of energy arguing with the people that are slightly less radical and less anti-Zionist than us. And I think we should take a big chunk of this energy and direct it toward actually trying to arrest those criminals. And what to do? All of us have some connections to criminals now. So, of course, we have to be careful. We have to make sure that we are not doing things that will cause us to be killed or to be imprisoned forever. But I think this is the time when we have to allocate resources, energy, and courage to stop all this chatter on social media and actually try to get them arrested wherever they go. I'll just try to refer shortly, like, as I said, my background in the Air Force was that I was flying rescue helicopters, and somewhere during the second Intifada, I started hearing more and more from people how the Air Force is killing civilians deliberately. Because of my close proximity to many people that were in these kind of units, these kind of squadrons, I actually learned firsthand how actually they do that, how they shoot at the people that come to save the wounded from the first missile, how they shoot and kill the firefighters who come to put out the fires from the bombardments, how they shoot civilians when they hide under the runways in the Beirut airport, how they, all these image that I grew up, and many maybe of us grew up with, of this Israeli military morality and everything shattered in front of my eyes. And at first I thought I will do something by myself. And then quickly I realized that it will be very easy to either disappear me or just ignore what I say. So I found other people and we published this declaration together. But later on, there were many other initiatives, and it was always the same pattern. You have some idea, you want to do something, and then you realize that if you do it by yourself, it's easy to ignore it. It's easy to dismiss it. Many people claim that I have a mental problem, that I am I need to be hospitalized. But when you actually collaborate with many other people, it's much harder to dismiss you. Recently, already while living in Norway, I was working a lot with the Palestine Committee and doing whatever I can, speaking in demonstrations and things like that. But again, I realized that it's not strong enough. We had to be a group, and slowly during the genocide, we managed to gather a group. Now we are several dozens, maybe 50, 60 people. It's in a way growing exponentially because more and more people hear about us. More and more people from the original Jewish, more Zionist community in Norway. That is not so big, but they hear about this opportunity, and we are trying to, we are anti-Zionist, but as a declaration, we still keep our group open to people, even if they are somewhere in their process. And it has been a very positive experience. Our main focus, in a way, is, or what I believe should be the main focus where I invest most of my energy, is to show the society where we live in, which is in some way similar to Germany and Poland and other places in Europe, about their direct responsibility to the continuation of the apartheid and occupation and genocide. Norway has a very nice image in the world of like a peace-loving country that keeps the Nobel Peace Prize. They donate lots of money to the Palestinian Authority. They have lots of humanitarian programs, but actually they are one of the main arm manufacturers. Every F-35 fighter jet that bombed Gaza is partially made in Norway. They produce specific rockets that we already have videos and pictures of soldiers shooting in Gaza these Norwegian rockets. And their oil fund, it's the richest or one of the richest in the world. The pension fund, it's called Global Sovereignty or something like that. We just found out that last year was invested 220 billion crowns in companies related to the Israeli apartheid. And the numbers for the last year are being published this week. But there is a huge gap between the image of different societies on themselves and what they are actually responsible for. And at least in our group, in Jewish Voices in Norway, we are trying to work hard to raise more awareness towards that. We've been able to somehow break some of the silence barrier that the media impose on these kind of opinions by using our Jewish tradition. So, for example, in Hanukkah, just last Hanukkah, we built a big menorah, and we did a kind of a protest event in front of the house of the Prime Minister, doing the whole shtick of doing the prayers and everything, but dedicating it for Palestinian liberation and for the direct request that they will stop arming the Israeli genocide and supporting the apartheid with their massive rich oil fund. I have many other things to say, but I think maybe we'll keep it here and we can talk later more.
Thank you, Jonathan. I have a couple of more questions, which I think maybe if we can get a couple of you answering each one, then we would have enough time for a Q&A. But my next question is around Holocaust memorial and memory culture. For decades, there has been this kind of way of remembering the Holocaust through a kind of Jewish exceptionalism. And, you know, I guess my question that I want to ask is kind of reflective of the fact that, you know, as radicals and revolutionaries, we can often be very good at identifying the problems, but I also think it's important to think about what's the alternative and what's our vision of something better. So in that vein, what might Holocaust Memorial look like that remembers the genocide against Jews in a way that doesn't make this kind of Jewish exceptionalism, that connects with other struggles? What does never again for anyone look like when it comes to Holocaust Memorial, a memorial of genocide? So yeah, maybe I can throw that out to who feels like they want to answer that question.
Yeah, I don't mind. I find this a difficult question because I find it hard to connect often to Holocaust memorialisation because of the way in which it operates. So in the UK, there's a charity that oversees official Holocaust memorialisation. It's called the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, and it runs a big events on Holocaust Memorial Day on January 27th with MPs, and it provides resources for schools. And if you go to the website of the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, it has a series of FAQs, and in that FAQs, it details precisely which genocides are and are not allowed to be covered on Holocaust Memorial Day. So Rwandan genocide in, Bosnian genocide in, Atlantic slave trade out. And of course, we don't have to say, but they are absolutely explicit that there must be no mention of the oppression of Palestinians on Holocaust Memorial Day under any circumstances. And so when memorialization of the Holocaust becomes a way of telling other groups, other people that their experiences, that their trauma, that their genocides don't count, aren't real, don't matter and shouldn't be memorialized, it becomes very, very difficult, at least for me. I found it very difficult to then really connect to my own history and my own kind of experience, my own family and my own cultural experience of genocide. And that makes me very angry. But I think there is also something in that around what was lost, because I think the reason that if we look at who the dominant voices are and the voices that are allowed to predominate in the Jewish community in Britain, in Germany, in Europe, they are these kind of middle-class establishment voices that are allowed to speak over the Jewish community and speak for them. And they are in that position for a couple of reasons, partly because it served the state and the ruling classes very well to put them there and to prop them up and to say these things, but partly also because there was a vast, radical, organised Jewish working class at the forefront of revolutionary activism across Europe in the 1930s and before, and that was eradicated. That's what the Holocaust did to us. It took our generation of radicals, of revolutionaries, of Bundists, of communists, of anarchists who were fighting for the world that we still want to see today, and it murdered them. And so in many ways, in the kind of predomination and the overwhelming volume of these middle-class establishment voices, I think needs to serve to us as a reminder of what we lost and of the revolutionary traditions that existed for us as radical Jews. And I think it has to be for us the impetus to seek out those traditions. And I don't think that means it has to be, backwards looking. I have a lot of affection for the kind of Yiddish revivalism and the Bundist revivalism that we see a lot on the Jewish left, but I don't think it has to be that. But I do think we have to make the effort to understand ourselves in the shadow, or not in the shadow, but in the footsteps of an entire revolutionary tradition and movement that was annihilated, and that we have to pick up the kind of tiny fragments, the ashes really, of that tradition, and we have to build it anew. And I think that's what Holocaust memorialization needs to look like for us on the radical left.
Thank you, Miri. Does anyone else want to come in? Jonathan?
I can just say in short that in my old Zionist terrorist version, I was actually the one that host those ceremonies. I used to be the one that read all these things and organize it. Today, of course, I'm not willing to be any way connected to this Zionist commemoration of the Holocaust. And I think we have to say it clearly. Our pro-Palestinian activism to stop the current Holocaust, this is our memorial, our way to remember the Holocaust. To be today against the current Holocaust and to struggling alongside the Palestinians, this is the Holocaust memorial for us.
Thank you very much. Is there
I
someone
think
else
I
who
can
wants to come
also.
in? Yeah, go for it.
So I both agree with everything that was said. I always took it also quite personally because I have 4 grandparents who are Holocaust survivors, and it becomes more than just a social kind of thing. In Israel, again, it's also very particular. And because I was also a teacher in high school for a few years, I could really see firsthand what the education system does with this topic, it's a huge propaganda in Israel. It's like it's the first tool, and there's such a consensus that you can do whatever you want with it, and leaders are doing whatever they want with it, and the systems are doing whatever they want with it, and I remember all kinds of anecdotes throughout my life where things just didn't make sense. Like at some point, the government wanted to pass this law that. I think they passed the law that you're not allowed to be, that the Palestinians are not allowed to be sad on their Nakba Day. And the whole thing with the Holocaust Memorial Day is that you're supposed to be sad. So the radio is not allowed to play happy songs or anything. So it's all over. It's all the systems are just taking part. And as a kid, it just makes total sense to you. So it's very, very difficult to think otherwise if your parents are also part of that system. So you really have to get out of that cult. Actually, that's what it is. This Zionist, kind of a creature of Zionist, victimized, but also victimizing cult that. To feel a little bit more sane and to connect the dots so you understand, okay, that makes much more sense now. And I would add just an anecdote of something I'm quite proud of, that while I was a teacher at school, and you have to, as a teacher, you have to on that specific day to give education classes to your pupils. And but luckily I was still quite free to choose what I want to teach, I mean, together with my team. But one thing I really liked to give to those kids, because of course a couple of years later they go into the army, and they really love connecting these two. I mean, we were victims and therefore we have to kill the Arabs. I mean, that's actually the message, in other words. Because we're not safe anywhere else in the world. Of course, that's the most important thing. Like, we're not safe. We're not safe. Never mind that Israel is the first place on earth that Jews are being killed the most in. Not really the safest for Jews, but we have nowhere else, and this is our country. That's where we have to be. And so on those one-on-one, it's not one-on-one, it's me with 30 pupils. I used to like to try to bring some other kind of thinking without risking being fired. And I like to bring Yechiel Dinu, who was a pen name Katzetnik, who was giving in Eichmann trial. He gave this testimony, which was a bit famous because he fainted. It was the first time he talked about being in Auschwitz. Back in 1961 it was, and so he couldn't even finish his testimony. And he was a writer, so he began really writing a lot, and there's a lot of controversy about his books, but I think that's because of another reason. Later, about 20 years later, so in that testimony, one of the things he said that was famous is that Auschwitz was just another planete, like that you don't see such things. And that also makes total sense because it's so horrible what happened there. Definitely can be said now on Gaza, and but then after 20 years, he quite took it back, and he said, you know, it wasn't just another planet. It was done by humans, and I was trying with that to tell this young generation that becoming a Nazi can happen to anybody. That was for me the most important thing to learn from this Holocaust Memorial Day. So if at all to mention it, try to look at yourself. That was the point.
Thank you. Yeah?
I just want to add 2 sentences because maybe for us it's something very obvious, but in general it's not. Like the way the tradition of understanding Holocaust got connected with Zionism is it's very serious, and I think part of the job is to understand that the way we think about the Holocaust somehow got really influenced by Zionism, the way we publish about the Holocaust, the way we fund the research, everything is somehow connected with Israel at this point. So just from this very practical point of view, I think for every historian, every student, everyone who buys a book even, to be aware of that, because somehow it became a natural for the public opinion to use the Holocaust as a tool to silence as well. And yeah, especially, I just wanted to add, it's very important. There's a lot of young people, like students, academics. I think it's on us as well. It's essential part of the job to disconnect these two in a very practical, money-wise way as well. So yeah, that's something I just wanted to add.
Thank you. Okay, my next question, I think I want to start off with Wieland, but perhaps others can comment on. I think, Wieland, you kind of touched on this a little bit, but I want to hear a little more. I have a question around the utility or relevance for Jews organizing as Jews in support of Palestine, but maybe an anti-racist struggle more broadly, as opposed to Jews joining anti-racist struggle or the fight for a free Palestine as individual allies in the wider movement, where perhaps their identity as a Jew is incidental in the movement. And I ask this because the dominance of Zionism and decades-long attempts to assimilate particularly European-descended Jews into whiteness and economic advancements has left some Jews feeling that to organize in anti-racist struggle as Jews would potentially negate or erase the experiences of those who are maybe at the sharper end of experiences of racism. So maybe, Wieland, maybe you can say more about where is the balance there? Where do you sit with that tension that I think is quite live for a lot of Jews in anti-racist struggle at the moment?
Yeah, I think that's a very relevant question to ask, because I mean, for many of us, and obviously those here in this framing, the struggle for Palestinian liberation is embedded within anti-racism. It's even if we focus on that particular cause mostly, it's still not a particularism. You know, it's a case of intense and prolonged oppression that we have a connection to, and this is what we've chosen to focus on, some of us. But of course, anti-Zionism is anti-racism. And I think what always has to be pointed out in this context is that we're no longer living in the time of the Holocaust. The Nazis racialized Jews, so, you know, the whole kind of system of racial classification in that society was different from what it is now. But, you know, those middle-class Ashkenazi Jews who were racialized as Semites by the Nazis, you know, nowadays, basically we're just white people who happen to have also this background. And I think there's a bigger awareness of that in other countries, I think, than there is in Germany, because, of course, in Germany there's a kind of stasis in terms of the perception of Jews, both by others and also, I think, themselves. And there is a kind of cultivation of fear and a sense of unsafeness that contributes to having a slightly antagonistic relationship with minority groups who, I think, objectively are more oppressed, but who don't have this, you know, internationally recognized, memorialized, sanctified genocide associated with their identity. And of course, you know, that's why many Jewish organizations are so, like, protective of the Holocaust, and, you know, they don't want other people to speak about genocides because that, you know, that gets in the way of their selling point and like identity point also. And so one really has to be aware of what society one is in and where one is located in that society. And in Germany in particular, but I would say this is the same in UK, anti-Semitism is spoken about, you know, just in terms of hate speech or hate crimes, because the kind of structural disadvantage and discrimination that the genuinely racialized minorities experience, that doesn't really happen, you know, to Ashkenazi Jews. You know, you're not going to be denied a job or maybe a flat that you'd like to rent because you're called Goldberg. But, you know, if you have an Arab or African name, then that's substantially more likely. And that's the kind of thing that very often isn't discussed when talking about anti-Semitism. You know, there's a kind of tacit assumption that because the Holocaust was so severe, therefore anti-Semitism is still a very severe issue. And, you know, and of course no one wants to be in this role of seeming to deny anti-Semitism. And, you know, of course that easily happens, you know, if you say, oh, well, actually, you know, I don't experience much discrimination for being Jewish, then people say, oh, you're downplaying and you're minimizing, etc. But I think one just has to often just look at facts rather than feelings, because feeling unsafe is not the same as actually being unsafe. And, you know, Zionist Jews are made to feel unsafe when they see people passionately protesting for genocide, for Palestine, against genocide. You know, and obviously if they are active practicing Zionists, then they have, you know, they have good reason to feel discomfort. You know, that doesn't mean that they are unsafe because of their ethnic or religious identity. And so this this just objective focus on, okay, where is the real victimization happening? Is this victim status something that you can just inherit eternally, regardless of the actual real circumstances that you're in? Or maybe should one look at who is really oppressed? And so that's obviously, that's particularly important with those people who are still supporting Zionism, whether overtly or kind of passively. But, all of us in the movement also have to interrogate ourselves and see if we're living up to our own standards, and if we're really being the best allies that we can. And I think, to get back to the issue of commemoration, that also means highlighting the other groups of victims of the Holocaust. And one interesting thing that I rarely see mentioned is that the Hebrew word that's sometimes used, Shoah, that was introduced by Israelis. And what it does is it ensures that when people use that word to talk about kind of the Holocaust in general, they're actually narrowing it down to just the Jewish part of it. Right, so when I say Holocaust, then I am referring to all of those, who were put in camps. I'm talking about the Roman Sinti and the disabled people, and queers and all of those groups. And, and I think it's also incredibly important to point out that the fact that in Germany, the Roman Sinti Holocaust never really got a lot of attention or even institutional recognition until 1982, and that was just as much of a planned, racially grounded genocide as the Jewish genocide, the Jewish Holocaust. That's also a reflection of the continued post-war racism of German society, because those people, even after the Nazis had stopped racializing the Jews, they were still racialized by majority society as people of color. And, you can hear, if you talk to some people who were, who maybe went to school in the 1950s or 60s, in the supposedly post-Nazi Germany, and just hear how Roma and Sinti kids or families were treated, just the most vile racist abuse and discrimination. And but they're not interesting as victims, because firstly POC, and then secondly also often not such they wouldn't be considered important personas in society, and basically there was just less reason for many people to care. And so I think looking at the various things that have been ignored or hidden is really important if we want to make the society that we're in a better and less racist society. So, for me, Holocaust Remembrance Day is, I think that there's really been no shortage of remembrance, over the last 8 decades. I feel that, this is not what is missing. But I feel what is missing is to really emphasize the inclusiveness of human loss, and also really to condemn Germany, which I do on a regular basis, of course. But this is one day of the year where I think that condemnation really needs to have a very strong and clear weight behind it. Because it's really saying, look, all you hypocrites, on this day, you're going to say, oh, you're never again, and, we're sorry about all the Jews, etc. But actually, you only care about the past. You don't give a damn about what your country is doing now. And really, what has all this memory culture been good for if it didn't prevent Germany participating in another genocide? You know, that's really what I would like people to ask themselves.
Thank you. So I think we've got about 25 minutes. So unless anyone wants to jump in on that question, maybe we can open it up to Q&A. Do you want to? Yeah.
I guess I just wanted to pick up on the second half of your question and maybe also just pose it as a question to the other panelists again, because I think it's such an interesting one, right? About what is the value of organizing as Jews for Palestine, right? Like, and it's something we've been grappling with a lot in the Black Jewish Alliance. Like, Palestine doesn't need Jews to free it. I mean, Palestine needs everyone should be involved in the Palestinian liberation struggle. It's our, like, you know, duty as humans on the planet. But Palestine and Palestinians will free Palestine. And I think there's often, you know, a feeling that Jews in the and you mentioned it yourself, Wieland, that Jews in the Palestinian solidarity movement get a particular platform, right? That, like, we're here to show that, like, Palestinian liberation is okay by the Jews, and Jews are all right with it. And I think that occludes two truths. One is that, you know, there's still, if not a majority, a significant proportion of Jewish communities around Europe, certainly, and in the US that remain Zionist. And B, Palestinian liberation is necessary, just, and inevitable, regardless of what any Jews think, right? And that Palestinians are the agents of their own struggle. And, you know, we make the parallel sometimes in the Black Jewish Alliance. If every time someone wanted to put together a panel on Black liberation, they were like, oh, we must have our white speaker. Like, let's make sure that we've got the white point of view represented. People would be like, what? But you can't have, increasingly, you won't have an event, or you won't have a panel, you won't have something on Palestinian liberation without the Jewish voice. And it's deemed that the Jewish voice is essential to Palestinian liberation. It has to be considered. And the truth is that actually we remain allies of the Palestinian struggle, as with everybody else who is not Palestinian. And so how to hold, I think, that platform, you touched on it, Wieland, that we're afforded, I think is very difficult. And I guess the other thing that I maybe wanted to draw attention to, because I think it comes up a lot, is, you know, Palestinian liberation is inevitable. It is coming. I think it's on its way, regardless of what the Jewish community does. But there is no future for Judaism within Zionism. There is no Jewish future if we, as anti-Zionist Jews, cannot build a Jewish future outside of this racist, genocidal ideology. And that's what motivates lots of us, right? That's what brings lots of us to anti-Zionism, a love for our culture, a love for our history and our traditions. I was raised religious. I was raised within a community. Everyone I knew growing up was Jewish. When I moved away from Zionism in my early teens, I was also a lesbian, so there really wasn't a lot of room for me in the community I grew up in. But, you know, when I moved away from that, I felt the need to create spaces where traditions but also exist as a morally sane and whole human. And so I needed anti-Zionist Jewish spaces. But I think sometimes that Jewish anti-Zionist Jewish spaces can take precedence in our organizing over Palestinian liberation, or they can get muddied together. And I actually think it's important to separate them out. Like, we need these things as Jews. We need places that we can go and be Jews. And I believe still it's worth fighting for a future of Judaism outside of genocide, outside of racism, outside of apartheid. But that is not the Palestinian liberation struggle. Palestinians don't need that. We need that. And I think separating those things out feels increasingly urgent, because I think there's parts of the Jewish left and the Jewish anti-Zionist movement that see those things as separate. Just wanted to throw that in.
Maybe just to comment on what you both said with a quote I was just reading an interview with Mahmoud Darwish on my way here, And he said these, interest in the Palestine problem comes by way of interest in the Jewish problem, which for him was something that is giving the defeat and weakness and publicity. And I think it's so accurate, especially in the context of Poland. Like, for me, for example, if I were invited somewhere just to be the person who would represent the Jews, my most favorite thing is to shut up and just give the microphone to my Palestinian friends, because it's true, and it is also using the Jews as a tool somehow. So I'm very curious about the questions, so I don't want to talk too much, but I felt like Mahmoud Darwish in this conversation, this quote is very accurate, so yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, maybe we can turn to some questions from the audience. There might be a couple of questions online.
Yes.
Is there any in the live audience at all? Maybe we'll go for you first.
My name is Nidal Hamad. I am Palestinian from Lebanon and from Oslo. I am living in Oslo from 32 years. I want to thank you, every one of you, about support to Palestine. And I want to tell you that I lose my leg in massacre, Sabra and Shatila, in 1982. And Dr. Swishai Eng from England and Elaine Siegel from United States of America, she is Jewish, they ratovawi me. What? They saved me. And we still working together to support Palestine. And in Norway, I know many people who working for Palestine. I know also Shabira from there. Maybe he don't remember me, but I remember him because I was one of the leaders of Palestinian Committee and Phyllis Advocate for Palestine and Palestinian groups in Norway. I want to ask you one question. When I see what Germany doing with the Palestinian people and the people who support Palestine, I think that we need to open committee in the world and in Europe against the anti-Palestinism, like anti-Zionism. It's the same for me, what they're doing. Also in England and France and some countries, they do the same, but not in the big scale. The big, like in Germany. What do you think about this? Thank you.
Maybe we can take a couple of questions in one go. If there's any others. Yes, Alice?
I feel that could be connected. It's from the stream. It's a question from Street Art Network. A question is, after the last year of censorship in big industry in Berlin, Transmediale, CTM, Berlinale, how do you think about the future for free speech in Berlin now? Any positive changes from inside there? Yeah.
Those two questions feel quite connected. So maybe we can go with that. And anyone want to come in on this topic of Germany, free speech?
I can start maybe shortly because I guess Wieland has also more experience, but first of all, to give it space that it is a problem in Germany. I said before that Israel and Germany is almost like a one entity. So, but Wieland also mentioned before that somehow within the society it's not completely representative of what the politicians are doing. So, in a way, maybe it's a little bit of good news that there's something to work with. And I have been doing a lot of like grassroots work. I'm working a lot with students who are from conservative views, and it's just specific work to try to, first of all, change the discourse. And I really believe in that. And you never know who of these students who are studying in really very high society kind of schools. It's a matter maybe of years, but one of them might become a politician themselves. You never know, and that's why I do believe in doing this very, very Sisyphic work, and yet also a lot of shit coming back at you, because again, as we know, Germans in the discourse are very used to a certain kind of Jew talking to them, and then suddenly I'm like a kind of a monstrous kind of thing they don't know how to eat. But yeah, I also always try to find some terminology to this anti-Palestinianism, because it's much more important than anti-Semitism. It's just, I also agree with Wieland. I mean, it's almost anachronistic to even use it, and it's ridiculous. And but we should really start naming or talking about what is actually going. And it's since the 7th of October, this has just become much more on the surface and much more common to intervene in demonstrations and to stop us, whoever supports Palestinians, or even to prevent demonstrating. Right after the 7th of October, at least in Hamburg, I think also in Berlin, the Palestinians were not allowed to go and demonstrate for at least about a month. And that's Germany, the most democratic state in Europe. What to do about it? As I said, I believe in trying to change the discourse. Yeah, and I have the feeling that there is something to work with, but maybe that's for now what I would say, because I don't have more than that.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would maybe add that, I see a lot more hope in the younger generation, the current student generation, where really a lot of these people have been showing a lot of bravery, a lot of initiative, really just kind of jumping in at the deep end without organizing experience, and then suddenly like setting up encampments and having teach-ins and, film screenings and all that. So there is real potential, and I think just some of those parts of German society that are part of the problem increasingly, as those generations die out and the younger ones become more present, that will work in our favor. And also they are much more likely also to be in alliance with migrant communities, and have just a wider purview outside of a narrow German perspective. But I mean, pressure from inside is not enough. It has to come from outside as well. So, I'm perfectly happy for people to adopt a BDS attitude towards Germany as well, same as Israel. There are some people who have privately basically started doing that, academics or culture workers who will just no longer accept invitations to Germany. I'm fine with that. I mean, obviously I'm happy if good people are coming here to share their knowledge and their talent, but I think it's important really for Germany to get the message that this is increasingly not being tolerated internationally.
Anyone else want to, or perhaps are there any more?
I can just add a little bit. And thank you, Nidal, for your question. I think, when it comes to Norway, the sentiment is very pro-Palestinian, but at the same time, as I mentioned before, I think if we now do a survey in Norway, the majority will be supporting BDS. I think the majority will be against continuing to arming the genocide. and to divest from all the apartheid and everything. But there is a gap between the sentiment and the solidarity and the words that are used by the politicians to the actual support and complicity of the system. And in our part of the world where I am active now, I feel that this is really important, and we have to push the limit. There is an element of we found the way that where we can be activists and be in quite a safe zone. You know, we found our ways. We speak in panels, we speak in demonstrations, and we keep ourselves quite safe. And I'll say it with, you know, I'll be very careful and I'm not going to elaborate, but when a genocide like that is happening, and it didn't stop because now it's continuing in the West Bank, and I think we have to move out of our comfort zone and do things, whether as Jews or anyone else, that will push these limits. And that means to not always be as safe. And I'll leave it there.
Maybe I'll just add one sentence. I think it's important to note that the risk of fighting for Palestinian identity in Europe is also deportation and losing any kind of rights as citizens. And when it comes to solidarity movement, any type of work for the migrant communities and against the European policy towards refugees is crucial. I do not believe there is any way, it is in any way possible to detach these two issues, the European policy towards migrants and refugees and anti-Arab, Islamophobic, anti-Palestinian racism, institutional racism. I just wanted to add this because this is, I believe, the core of the discrimination policy, and it is essential to address it.
Okay, so I think. Yeah.
Maybe there is someone who would like to speak.
Yeah. Is there anyone online who would like to ask any questions or add a contribution? Now is your moment. Yeah, how do we see? Perhaps not. Yeah, should we wrap up? Yeah? Okay, yeah.
I've been trying to phrase this question in my head, and I hope I get it right. So I wonder, just through your experience in the movement, especially over the past year, with the high emotions that high emotions is just, you know, a very minor way of putting it, but how do you balance out the collective need to just scream or break something or do something that could potentially be harmful to the movement, the individual need to kind of do something because people are just so enraged with the situation now, but also balance it out and give space to people's individual need to express themselves in whatever way they want to. For example, yeah, but also balance it out with the need to preserve the movement, try to find a way of being strategic about which moves to make. How have you? I'm wondering how each of you have gone around this issue, because it's I'm just interested in this. I hope it was clear. Or, yeah.
I hadn't expected to as moderator.
I mean, I don't think I've got an answer born out of success, to be honest. I think the last year has been really, really hard on our movements, and I think I'm sure this is something that other organisers in other countries will echo, but we saw a huge initial kind of ground surge of energy in the initial phases of the genocide on Gaza that then were very difficult to maintain, and I think there was a huge amount of grief. I think one thing that's hard as Jewish organisers is to know what to do with the grief and disgust and rage that you feel like, you know, I'm a mum, I've got an 8-year-old boy, and I am kind of aware that my son is facing a future without a culture, without history, without a tradition, because I'm watching the Judaism that I inherited trampled into the dust and watching it made genocidal. At the same time, you know, yeah, my son might be growing up without a culture, but there's however many thousands of children in Gaza growing up without parents, without limbs, without homes, or not growing up at all. And so how do we make space for that grief and for ours, which is legitimate in the face of something that is so much more awful? And I don't think we've figured that out really as a movement. It's hard to know where to put your grief and where to put your rage when in the face of so much suffering that we feel often so powerless to end. I think that's why these events are really important. And I think that's why, you know, even why it's difficult, the questions about memorialization are important too, because we need to remember that people survive genocide and they build new things, and sometimes those new things are themselves genocide, like the State of Israel, and sometimes they are liberatory organizations, they are liberatory practices, they are, you know, communities of healing, and we have to figure out together how we're going to do that. And I guess the other thing is, although the rage and the bitterness and the grief feels overwhelming, and the need to act and the urgency feels overwhelming, because we know that every day that passes is a day that we have failed, we also have to take the long view that, you know, this is 75 years of genocide and the struggle continues, and we have to resource ourselves to continue to fight in the best way that we can. And, you know, I agree with Jonathan, that means being willing to take risks, that means shoring up your comrades to do things that feel dangerous, that feel unsafe, that challenge boundaries, and kind of trying to hold our hands through each other. I think through it all. I think it's a bit woolly, but, you know, the truth is we faced lots of conflict, lots of rage, lots of screaming at people who didn't want to hear it over the past year. But, you know, every single one of you are still here. We're still here. We're still strategizing about what our role is and what do we do next to make sure that we see a free Palestine in our lifetimes. And really, that's, if someone has to come and scream in my ear, then I'll hold my ears for a bit and then we'll get back to it.
I can add the sentence. Oh, Wieland, you start first.
No, go for it.
Which one?
I think Jonathan, you go for it. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll just say quickly. What we do in the Norwegian group is that we recognize that we are not similar. We have different people with different ways of emotional coping with all this crazy situation and different initiatives. And what we try to encourage our members is that when you have an idea, go for it, and we as a group will help you to strategize it and to see how we are kind of going together to direct it to a strategic place where you're not going to take too much risk. You're going to act together with other people, and in the context of the whole act, it will be beneficial and not harm the group or other groups. But to remember this place where, at least I found out it about myself and some of my friends, when I'm really frustrated, what really helped me is if I choose a specific project and I just pour my anger towards like organizing that specific thing that happened in that day, in that hour, and it helped me not get crazy, and it actually put things on the calendar and make it happen. But as a group, we have to remember to help each other when we feel that, you know, one of us is, you know, going toward a direction where is going to harm themselves and maybe harm all of us. I think about this dilemma almost every day lately. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Wieland, did you have a contribution then?
Yeah, well, I think here the most important thing is to have some kind of community, to be somehow organized, because I would say it's not as hard as, you know, then at least instead of just sort of being alone and you know, screaming in rage, then you can maybe lead that into some more helpful conversations, you know, with people who'll maybe help you get a bit outside of your head, or maybe actually you'll be able to help them get outside of theirs. And I mean, I think we've all experienced strains within the movement as well, with frustration and, you know, the sense, okay, we've tried this approach, we've tried that approach, you know, we've tried to sound reasonable, or we've tried to be more militant, and, you know, neither has worked. So it's like anybody who says, no, this is the strategic way, you know, that's rubbish, because nothing has proved like the recipe for success. And you know, I'm sure we've all seen people burn out also in this movement. You know, there were a lot of people who really started organizing over these last 15 months, and actually even some Palestinians who hadn't really been active before, who really launched themselves in. And I've seen people burn out like that, you know, they would be like going gung-ho every day, and you know, constantly they'd be, you know, recording talks on Instagram, and then, you know, if they were in Berlin, then probably confrontations with the police, and then repression. And you know, this danger of burning out is very present. And so, you know, so what I always try to emphasize when I'm speaking, maybe at a demo, or maybe just to younger activists who've been really great in this time, but are understandably frustrated that, you know, by the lack of results, saying, just as someone who was there before October 7th already in the movement, saying, you know, look, this has been going for more than 7 decades, and it's going to keep going. You know, even if the genocide ends tomorrow, there is still, the struggle continues, right? And so trying to get them to kind of, I guess, accept that, but not accepting in terms of resignation, saying, okay, you know, guess we just have to accept that, but just seeing, maybe also seeing, taking a sort of historical perspective. You know, as Miri was saying, this is just kind of it will happen, you know, and we have to both ourselves keep believing that it will happen, and also show all our comrades and allies, maybe especially the ones who have a lot of passion, but less history with this, that it will happen, and that you know, whatever defeats or hopelessness we experience along the way, that we will get through that, and that we'll all build something new together.
Thank you.
I can add, first of all, thanks for the question, because I think talking about emotions and emotional balancing is really important when we are doing what we are doing. And I am also struggling with this all the time, because I am very emotional, and through, like, every day I might be in a different mood. So at some point I'm trying to work with what I have. And I noticed that talking to Germans mostly, being too emotional is usually not a good strategy, but sometimes I just cannot control it. And I learned actually from some Israeli guy who also made a very big step since the 7th of October, who is now very active on social media, to becoming also anti-Zionist and interviewing people. He's doing really good work. And he's living in Israel, so I mean, my heart is to him doing that. But it's from him that he said that at a dinner, at a shishi dinner, like a Shabbat dinner, he once really, broke the plates or whatever in front of his family to say, "Don't you see what is going on, in Gaza and everything?" Or he was really, it was, before Gaza, it was something that happened in the Jenin camp, but something also very horrible that Israel did. And he said that his family says, "Come down, come down. What's wrong with you?" And I also have that with my own family, so I'm really relating to that all the time, and also with other people I'm talking to. But he just said, "But we should be, what's the word? I have some blackout, but like we should be bothered by this," he says. And in a way I liked it, because yes, it's a very terrible thing, and we should just sometimes let it come out as it is. And it's a bit, for me, it's a bit, liberating that sometimes if I was too emotional and maybe it was really bad, or nobody listened to me, or just one person thought, okay, but people thought I was just crazy. So I have to learn to forgive myself, but also to believe that at least I was being, authentic. So not always to say no to emotional expression.
You want to?
Yeah, I've got another question from a YouTube stream. It's Marysia. These panels and discussions are great, though how can we go outside of our pro-Palestinian bubble? I mean, often I have this impression that this is deepening the topic already convinced, and those who are anti-genocidal. Are there any ways we can expand it? Basically, how can we reach out to others outside of already engaged and deeply involved?
Was there another hand?
Yeah, there was a hand.
Okay.
So let's start maybe with that.
Yeah? Do you want to?
Microphone, please.
Thanks so much for very, very, very wise and mature comments on that question. To me, this question also relates to the last one from the panel about the what path do I choose in terms of organizing and being an activist as a Jew in a Jewish organization, or in a more broader, say, umbrella organization. And to me, it's a question of sort of who am I representing, who do I stand for, who am I allied with, in the sense that if it requires a bit humility to not to take what I hear, say, in Poland or elsewhere as a student, or I Jew here or elsewhere, might take as a partial or to some extent some sort of defeat. Is it my defeat of a student, of a Jew, or whoever, or is it the defeat that is most predominantly felt by the Palestinians. And likewise, if I, as an activist, consider that, oh, this action went well and there was some successes on the path, it's not my success, it's the success on the path to the better future that I want to see in Palestine. Because like you said at one point, the Palestinians don't need what we do. It's them leading their liberation. We sort of, in a sense, are transformed by what they are doing. The ceasefire is here thanks to their struggle, thanks to their resistance. It's not because of whatever we're doing here. So to me, it's always a question of, who do I represent? Do I represent myself? Do I represent my, I don't know, Polish, Jewish, other type of identity? Or do I represent, or try to represent, something that I very scarcely only feel, which is the Palestinian cause and Palestinian struggle? Thanks. Just a comment maybe, but yeah.
Thanks. If we could back for a moment to this question about how we could reach out to others.
Okay, so yeah, I think there was broadly a question about how we get out of the bubble of everyone that already kind of agrees with us and expand the struggle. Did you? Yeah?
I think, just to circle back to what Jonathan said, which I think the way out of the madness of living through a genocide is to pick a strategy or a project and work on it. I think again, if you're a Jewish organizer for Palestine, this is a particular question that often comes up, but I think it's important for us to have some kind of strategic project, and that really informs, I think, who we're talking to. For some Jewish organisers, it's really important to try and move the Jewish community away from Zionism, and that's their big project. For me, again, as I think I've said, that often seems a bit more like saving Judaism for the Jews than it does as part of the Palestinian liberation struggle. But I think that's an important project. And, you know, if you do want to get out of your bubble and talk to people who are not on board with liberation, then the majority of local synagogues are probably quite a good place where you're guaranteed to find someone who doesn't agree with you. But I think otherwise it depends on what your project and what your strategy is. You know, lots of people are organising in their workplaces. Maybe you're a healthcare worker and you want to build solidarity around the struggle of, you know, the Palestinian healthcare workers in Gaza and the heroic or front that they've been doing, or maybe you work in a school and you want to build a campaign around, you know, anti-censorship of Palestinian voices. Maybe you want your local council in your area to divest its pension fund from Israeli pensions, in which case you probably want to start by talking to your neighbours, knocking on their doors, having a stall. So I think getting out of your bubble is really important, and I think it's something that as activists often we're reluctant to do. But I think what's key is you've got to work out who do I need to be talking to, who do I need to convince. You know, Hadass said that her project is to really try and convince people in the upper echelons of society, the future ruling class, and I hope that trickles through. Other people are trying to build, you know, big, solid working class bases and doing that through schools or workplaces or education settings. But I think, I don't think getting out of your bubble in as of itself is the goal. I think the goal is working out who do we need to win over to win, and then going out and winning them and having them conversations. If only it's not that easy, but that's the project.
I can add just because for me the answer how to leave the bubble is the question how to leave the bubble is the question how do I leave the individualistic approach to politics. So if we leave the individualism, then we are able to leave any kind of bubble. If it comes to our working environment, study environment, neighborhood, you know, just to create community. And by the way, for me, the main source of interest and love for the Palestinian culture is that for the Palestinians, it is absolutely natural to be part of a community. It is very unnatural not to be. And I used to live for some time in Lebanon, and it was just the core experience for me to be around people who organized themselves. And this is why I really believe in the strength of the Palestinian resistance. And I think leaving the bubble is creating the community and learning from the Palestinians how to do that. That's my short answer to that.
If I can add a sentence.
Final thoughts?
I think I mentioned it in a word, but to keep the boundaries of our groups, our organization, whatever we created, not as very, very sharp. So if the boundaries are loose, it will create this ability for this organization to grow, for people to come in and to learn. In that specific case of our new group in Norway, the fact that the core activists are strong anti-Zionists, we are like all the way member with the Palestine Committee, we do everything hand in hand with the Palestinians, but we decided that the Jewish group that we start will not be as strict. So we let people to join and to go through their process, and in that way, you're able to not only talk to yourself and to the 5 people that are all the way on board with everything. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes, it means you have to tolerate things that you are totally against. But in that context of organizing, I think it's something important to remember. And if this is the end, I just want to say thank you so much for the organizers and lots of really smart things that I heard here today. And although I'm very sick, I'm very proud to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, and for maybe all the panelists. But do we have someone speaking here also?
Could I maybe say one last thing?
Of course.
That maybe actually might seem slightly paradoxical, but this idea of specifically Jewish organizing, which we've talked about some of the dangers of that, and also how that can be kind of too close and maybe can sometimes become a kind of navel contemplation. That actually, just at a strategic level, for the other people in society, sort of watching or seeing the movement and not inside it, that is also a gesture. It's like, oh, okay, it's not just Palestinians and Muslims, there are also all these Jewish groups. So what does that say about the movement? Maybe it's not just for people who have this very obvious connection, or who have, or to whom they attribute some sort of ideological reasons. Because I think this is really just about strategy very, very often. I mean, of course, there's the other side about, dealing with identity and maybe kind of rescuing Judaism from Zionism. But just at a sort of strategic level in society, I think that this can sometimes make people outside of the activist bubble reflect a bit on, this movement having being of wider relevance than just a particular group. So that, I think, is maybe also one argument for just using that Jewish tag, that label, to emphasize solidarity between different groups. It could be any group.
Great. So we've got to time. Yeah. So thank you very much to our amazing panelists. I think we should give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thanks all. Right now we will have a little break until 8:30 in some movie right now. Oh, sorry, 6:30, of course. And right now we will be having some sound checks, but hopefully see you in a bit. Thanks.
And many thanks also from
Thank
me
you
to
all.
all the organizers. And Jonathan, get better soon.
Yeah, Jonathan, get better soon.
Thanks.
Bye bye. Have a good
Bye.
weekend, Wieland. Bye bye.
And for the people here, we have some cookies and coffee, and soon some kind of pizza. So please stay with us. Hi, Gabor, are you with us? At 8:30. Oh, yeah. I could see it. So I was wondering, I was like, what's going to be behind us? Most of the time, it's just like something like that.
Great, I name checked everybody. I name checked everybody. We got the.
So, thank you so much. Yeah, it's great to be here.
there. Hello.
Hi, Gabor. Hello.
Hi.
I just want to check the sound now. Person's just going behind the desk. Check. Zara's here. Allah here. Hi, Zara. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Lisa. Lovely to meet you. Hi, Dr. Mate. Lovely to see you.
Bravo.
Zara first, could you please say something?
Yes. Hi, my name is Zara, and I'm looking forward to the panel tonight. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, all good. Super. And Gabor, could you say a few words just to check the sound?
Okay, well, hello from cold and sunny Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
Okay. Tu jest dobrze. Dobrze. Okay, all good. Super. I'll see you guys later then.
Hello, Daniel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of this silly background. Sorry.
I think it's cute. I just wanted to say hi before we start the panel.
Okay.
My name's Ala Kandil, and I'm a huge fan of your work.
Daniel, not yet.
I'm here.
Perfect. Okay, so we can start. You guys are ready? Yeah? Hi. So we're meeting here for the second panel today, but the third meeting. This one is about legal legacy of the Holocaust and guidelines and limitation of international law in Palestine. I'm going to start with introducing shortly both of our panelists. First, we have Daniel Makover, who is head of civil litigation for Hickman and Rose Solicitors in London. He was the co-founder of Lawyers for Palestinian Human Rights in 1988, has worked to secure war crime arrest warrants for Israeli General Doron Almog and Israeli Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni. Hi, Daniel. And our second panelist is Ala Kandil, Polish-Palestinian journalist who documented war crimes in Gaza during the 2014 Israeli offensive. She is the co-founder of Polish-Palestinian Initiative for Justice, Cactus, which assists survivors of Israeli war crimes in their pursuit of justice. And Cactus has helped yesterday to file a criminal complaint with the Polish National Prosecutor's Office against Israeli leaders. Hi, Ala.
Hi, thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. And I will be your moderator today. My name is Eva Górska. I'm a sociologist of law. I work in Digital Justice Center at the University of Wrocław. And I work on issues of discrimination in law and through law also in Palestine. And I'm really glad I have this opportunity to meet you both today and ask you some questions that I really wanted to ask you both for a while. Seeing your work, but I will start with this maybe a bit more general opening question, tying our meeting today to the history and also the moment in history. Because we meet here 2 days before the 80th anniversary of liberation of the German Nazi concentration and extermination camp in Auschwitz. And what happened during the Second World War and what is symbolized by Auschwitz is what also led the global community to create a legal order that we all grew up within. So after the Second World War, to prevent crimes and atrocities that happened in Auschwitz, but also in other places, the UN system was created to prevent such crimes in the future, protect populations, hold perpetrators accountable at international levels. There was a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there was a United Nations Genocide Convention based on a term genocide that was coined by Polish-Jewish lawyer Rafał Lemkin. However, 80 years later, we are here and we actually feel compelled to talk about never again, and that it actually should mean that never again is for anyone. So I'm wondering, since we all grew up knowing the UN framework and kind of understanding the whole international legal and political reality as being based on certain laws, rights, and guidelines stemming up from that, in your opinion, what does international law mean today and for societies today? And that's the question for both of you. Who wants to start? Ala doesn't. Daniel?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that obviously you stated a significant post-Second World War developments in international treaty law, and customary international also developed in a positive way during that period. But I think we need to take a step back and understand that all progressive changes in the law come through struggle and through oppressed peoples and horrors leading to change, social change, governmental change, legal change. But we mustn't reify the law. As a human rights lawyer domestically and a international human rights lawyer internationally, no one can forget or fail to understand that law is a social construct and is both legislated for by the powerful, and the most easy access to the levers of enforcement are by those who hold power. And it's constant struggle by oppressed peoples to try and make the system work for them, even when all the odds are against them. That is what lawyers working, like me and internationally are constantly facing. And most importantly, it's the oppressed peoples that come to lawyers and say, you need to be part of our vindication of our rights. But we're up against it constantly. That isn't to say we give up, because we need to at least expose the power bases, but sometimes get results through the law. So even with all those odds, because the law has in certain times has shifted through struggle, through social change, as we have all of the treaties you mentioned, the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949, the Genocide Convention, international humanitarian law developed, but it was still about managing wars between mostly powerful nations between them, but then powerful nations against powerless people and occupied people in the case of Palestinians. So we need to understand that whole social framework and political framework and legal framework. So it's a really difficult question to answer coherently, and I'm trying, but I think it's notwithstanding all of what I've just said, it's incumbent, I feel incumbent, while the Palestinians who are clients of mine, or NGOs that are clients of mine, come to us without rose-tinted spectacles about international law, but say, I've got all these rights, and why aren't they being enforced? Give me the opportunity to try and push the law. And the law is the way of settling disputes without force. So if that is taken away from oppressed peoples, and I'm not suggesting it's the only battle that's fought, the legal battle, it leaves the oppressed peoples with one of the tools in their sort of toolbox with no power at all. And so I can't give up on that, and I don't think oppressed peoples, and particularly the Palestinian NGOs and lawyers that I work for, feel they have any, they don't feel privileged to give up that fight. It has to be carried on, and at the very least we expose the hypocrisy of it. And just my final word on it is that all of the rulings where the powerful and those that are now stopping Palestinians and organizations that work with Palestinians trying to get access to the law, where we do succeed and we get in front of courts, the law is on our side. And that's the kind of absurd situation that we're in, despite everything I've just said, because at certain points through struggle and through social change, laws were set up that provide an opportunity to vindicate rights. When you get your chance to vindicate rights, the law is all on the side of currently the Palestinians in their oppressed state. And we just need to keep showing that. But it's not the only struggle. It has to be done with campaigners, with other forms of social change. So I hope that's made some kind of sense. I think legal academics working in this sphere have developed a kind of post-colonial, anti-colonial, much more coherent version of what I just said. So it's probably easier to listen to some of those academics. But as a practicing lawyer, it's the language isn't quite there for me. But as I say, I hope that makes some kind of sense.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you. Alla, would you like to comment as well?
Yeah, I'm thinking that, we have to start with the fact that the way the international human rights and legal system was set up, it was rigged from the beginning anyways, against the people fighting for their independence, for their freedom, and in particularly against Palestinians, because we start with the very absurd, unfair partition plan. Didn't make any sense, whether legally or practically. Then we have 48 ethnic cleansing of Palestine that just goes unnoticed. We have denial of the right of return of Palestinian refugees of over 8 decades, and that's just becomes part of commonly accepted reality. And I could, of course, continue, but at the same time, when the system was being created to protect those rights, they were being violated when it comes to Palestinians and many other peoples, of course. But still, I think I totally agree that it's one of the most important tools that we have in terms of nonviolent resistance against the occupation and in struggle for rights. But it also offers something else to Palestinians, and I think it's the ability to obtain certain legitimacy. And I will maybe explain. So when I worked in Gaza in 2014, I was working together with a dear friend, Anpak. We're working on documenting war crimes that were being committed in front of our eyes together. And, I was already living in Palestine for more than 2 years in Jerusalem. And when you try to report about anything there, you always have to present the other side, the Israeli side. So you learn all those different regimes of oppression and the excuses that Israel uses, for example, to confiscate the land in the West Bank. And it's always so complicated. And half of the story is actually, you lose all those very precious, valuable words that on explaining this absurd logic of why they have a right to steal Palestinian land. But with Gaza in 2014, it was very different, because we very quickly realized that we're seeing entire families being killed in their homes, very often when breaking fast in the evening because it was Ramadan or when they were sleeping. And we just, we're looking at the list of people killed the next day, and we would see 20, 30 names of the same family, so same family names. And I realized that there is no reason that you can give when it comes to erasing 3 generations of the same family. It cannot, it cannot be legal, especially when you're an occupying power and you have at your disposal every possible tool and military advantage, and you can detain anyone you want, and you have perfect knowledge of who is in the house at the time of the strike. So, I tried to name what I was seeing as I was writing the stories, and I realized that while, for other media it wasn't such a big issue, for the Polish media it was just impossible to swallow this story, to face it. It didn't make sense, and those stories would get dismissed. They would be questioned. I was under a lot of personal attacks at the time just for saying what I was witnessing. And when I was leaving Gaza, I thought, okay, I need a different tool to describe what I was witnessing, because just describing it by the facts that I collected, that was not enough. So I decided I'll go study law, because I thought, it seemed like war crimes. I heard other very knowledgeable people call it war crimes. I thought if I have this degree, and I will be able to say, yes, I witnessed it. It was a war crime. I can call it. I will not be, I will not be dismissed so easily. I never finished studying law because I kept going back to Gaza to complete this documentation of the families that were decimated, that were attacked in 2014. But one thing that stuck with me from that time was those families' demand for justice. And I realized, in the meantime, of course, there was a UN Commission's Commission of Inquiry report that named everything that happened there as war crimes, possible crimes against humanity, and so on. And it didn't change anything. And I realized that it doesn't matter how many degrees Palestinians have and what are they. Whatever we say will never, well, not never, but at this point, it's not just credible enough that it's something we've seen, we've experienced. Our story is just not credible in the eyes of the, let's say, Western world. And we need someone, I would say in quotation marks, white to confirm those stories, whether it's UN or a court or another, journalist. And I realized that law, international law, is this kind of tool that gives us legitimacy. And it became very clear when South Africa brought its case in ICJ against Israel. And even before we heard the first rulings on the temporary measures, it was amazing, actually, to hear someone say what Palestinians have been saying for decades and say it in the most important court in the world, on this most important stage, and it was not dismissed. It was taken seriously to the degree that later we learned that the court found it plausible that Israel is committing genocide. And I think for me and many Palestinians, it was like, being gaslit all our lives. And then suddenly someone comes and says, no, you didn't go crazy. All this oppression, all those violations that you've been saying about, you didn't make them up. They're true. They are violations of international law. So, for me, this is an additional, let's say, advantage of relying on law as a tool, something that gives objective names, measurements to the things that happen and gives credibility while we still don't have it because the world is racist, simply.
Thank you. And I would like to continue with what you actually touched upon. Because I think, especially for lawyers, every decision of the International Court of Justice or International Criminal Court right now about Palestine seemed like a pretty big thing that should change something. And actually, Daniel, I was recently listening to a podcast that you recorded soon after the ICJ issued its advisory opinion in July, which concluded that the Israeli presence in the occupied Palestinian territories is unlawful. And at that time, recording that podcast, you referred to that decision or that advisory opinion of the court as game changer. And you were very hopeful that that will mean that states will have to change their attitudes towards relations with Israel, that it even could justify boycott, divestment, and sanctions calls and movement as something that states would adopt. So with all that, also what Ala said, this importance of the tribunals, international courts speaking out for Palestinians, I wonder, Daniel, what you think now about the whole system, basically, because it seems that that advisory opinion wasn't really groundbreaking. And at this moment, after the ICC has issued arrest warrants, some states, some countries, like Poland are actually undermining the work of the courts. For example, in Polish case, issuing assurances of safety for the Israeli delegation that is in Poland right now. So I wonder, Daniel, what do you think about the courts, the international tribunals right now?
Well, first of all, I don't think I said I was hopeful that states would do as they should, because we're talking about these difficult power relations. But I certainly don't, other than that, I recognize everything that you said, and I don't change my view on it. As a legal decision, the advisory opinion of July 2024 by the International Court of Justice is a legal game changer, totally legal game changer. Now, whether the states comply with their obligations, look, this is a massive, we're going back to our theme really, which is, are states prepared to actually comply with their international legal obligations? Or when we are talking about oppressed peoples, in particular the Palestinians under Israeli occupation, are we going to see the law being complied with? And the jury is out, as it were. And I can't be hopeful based on what's happened, because the ruling could not be clearer to me as a matter of law. And I think it's worth trying to explain why I think that, and why it's the duty of lawyers like me and activists to try and repeat this to all governments and all people holding power and politicians, and I try to explain to them exactly what this ruling means, because without that explanation, that campaigning, legal cases challenging governments for failure to do that, which is why I'm not optimistic that without legal fights and challenges, we won't get them to comply. So look, I won't read too many chunks because it's a bit boring for your audience, but I refer them to the section of the advisory opinion which begins at paragraph 273, which is headed Legal Consequences of Other States, because they read the earlier parts of the advisory opinion where they reach the findings section. They find a series of international breaches by Israel, which is, of course, the bedrock of all of this. The occupation is existentially illegal. Now, there are disputes about whether it was existentially illegal ab initio, so lawyers like to say, like right from the beginning, like from June 1967, or at some point afterwards. But really, who cares at this current stage in 2025? It is existentially illegal. Exactly when the illegality began, it doesn't now, I mean, it matters for lots of other reasons, but it doesn't matter for these purposes. And there's been a UN General Assembly resolution since I did that podcast, which makes September 2025 a very important month for Palestinians, because that's when the occupation's supposed to end. They were told to end it immediately, and really then the General Assembly, who received the advisory opinion, having asked the court for the opinion, passed a resolution back in a few months ago now, in September actually, saying you've got 12 months to comply with this ruling, Israel. So we need to build up and crank up all of our legal efforts, all of our campaigning efforts, to make sure that we don't pass this date without a change of Israeli practices, or that all the states that have failed to make it happen are called out continuously every day, every month, but in particular leading up to the September anniversary of this ruling. But going back to this bit of the advisory opinion, so having said a series of things, including, for example, systematic race discrimination in the course of the occupation, the nature of settlements and how they involve, settler colonialism and mass criminality, all of that is spelt out by the court in ways which are hugely significant, because it builds on an earlier advisory opinion, which many of you will know, on the construction of the illegal separation wall. But talking about the occupation of both the West Bank and Gaza, it is existentially illegal. It should be brought to an immediate end. And then it comes in that section that I refer to two key paragraphs which change international law and international obligations irrevocably in relation to what states should be doing. And it's these two paragraphs that lawyers, campaigners need to hammer home to states. I'm going to read from small parts of each one of them, and the importance is almost more the second of those two paragraphs. So the first of those paragraphs includes duties, and I'm going to quote directly from 278, to abstain from entering into economic or trade dealings with Israel concerning the occupied Palestinian territory or parts thereof, which may entrench its unlawful presence in the territory, to abstain in the establishment and maintenance of diplomatic missions in Israel from any recognition of its illegal presence in the OPT, and to take steps to prevent trade or investment relations that assist in the maintenance of the illegal situation created by Israel in the OPT. Now, if the whole set of those obligations stopped at direct implications of the occupation, you wouldn't need the next paragraph. If it stopped there, but it doesn't stop there. And that's why I say that boycott, divestment and sanctions of all Israeli dealings, not just directly connected to the OPT. And that's why careful reading of the next paragraph for us lawyers and for campaigners is really important. So 279, moreover, the court considers that in view of the character and importance of the rights and obligations involved, and these are what's called erga omnes rights, they're rights that imply the duties of all states, and they're also jus cogens rights, which can't be derogated from. So these really significant rights which imply these international obligations, that's what they're driving at when they make that statement. All states are under an obligation not to recognize as legal the situation in regard to the unlawful presence of Israel. They also under an obligation not to render aid or assistance in maintaining the situation created by Israel's presence. So what does that mean? You can't, and lawyers have now spoken since I did that podcast, because I was one of the early commentators, but I'm not surprised and I'm gratified that people much better qualified as international law professors and lawyers, practicing international lawyers globally, have begun to spell it out in much more detail than I did. And if you want the key document, which I recommend everyone to look at, there's a professor called Ralph Wild who published an opinion on the 1st of December, which spelt this out over 63 pages, and you don't want me to read 63 pages to your audience, but I recommend it. And there's a particular section in it in which he says much more articulately than I can in this meeting, but it's paragraphs 84 to 90. So just those short paragraphs just really make it clear. You can't read this opinion as being anything other than a requirement, because you can't disentangle Israel's society, economy, cultural links. You can't disentangle what Israel does day to day and what its economic entities do from the illegal occupation. So if you can't disentangle it, then the only way you can comply with those obligations is to implement full boycott, divestment and sanctions, unless and until Israel ends its illegal occupation of the OPT. So it's a legal imperative. So that's why I say what I do. Now, our states, the Western states, which have deep economic and benefit from economic relations from Israel, benefit from the arms trade with Israel. Israel has battlefield weapons that it's tested that Western states are very interested in buying. So breaking down those relations because the law says it's required is no easy feat. So of course we're going to face the battle of making them do as they should do. So I mean, I'm spoken for long enough. I don't want to take up everyone all the time, and I want to hear from Ala on it as well. I know maybe you have a separate question for her in a minute, but just coming back quickly to this duty of Poland. So just to be really clear again, and I'm sure you're spelling this out in Poland, the obligation to arrest Netanyahu cannot be resiled from. It's a breach of the Rome Statute if they don't have on their territory either Gallant or Netanyahu and fail to arrest them. And that's been made abundantly clear. It's not even very difficult law, but Mongolia, a few months back, allowed Putin, who's under an ICC arrest warrant, to visit Mongolia without arresting. And they said, well, look, the reason we did that is Russia isn't a state party to the Rome Statute, and we believe that Putin has head of state immunity or head of government immunity whilst he remains the president of the USSR, and therefore we couldn't arrest him because it would be a breach of his diplomatic immunity, and that's the reason we didn't do it. And they were told in no uncertain terms, in a ruling by one of the chambers of the court back in November, I think it is. I've got the exact date somewhere. And this is, I'll just read you, because this would apply directly to Poland if it did the same. So paragraph 38 of its ruling says the following: the chamber concludes that by failing to arrest Mr. Putin while he was on its territory and by not promptly informing the court of its intentions in this regard, and then it refers to another judgment, it is a procedural rule that determines how the court is to proceed where any immunity exists. See also the 2nd of September response, and it concludes that their failure to do so and make sure that they arrested and surrendered Mr. Putin contrary to the provisions of the statute, thereby preventing the court from exercising its function and powers under the statute within the meaning of Article 87(7) of the statute, was a violation of the treaty. So they're now before the body of state parties of the Rome Statute for some form of further punishment for breaching the Rome Statute. So it's like ironclad. Poland would be breaching the Rome Statute if it didn't comply with its positive duties to arrest and hand over to the Hague anyone under an arrest warrant: Putin, Netanyahu, Gallant, doesn't matter who.
Thank you. Ala, would you like to add something to that question?
I think maybe we can move on and come back. I think some of the similar issues will keep coming back. I actually want to ask questions regarding international immunity, but I will not bore everyone with this. I will do it after the discussion. So,
or
yeah.
During the discussion, I'm gonna
maybe
note that.
If there is time, yeah.
Okay, so Ala, I have a question for you also regarding a bit of what Daniel has just said. Because yesterday, with your help, with the help of Cactus Organization Initiative, 3 Palestinians with Polish citizenship filed a criminal complaint with the Polish National Prosecutor's Office, accusing Israeli leaders of war crimes in Palestine, and the charges also target specifically Minister of Education of Israel, Yoav Kish, who is currently visiting Poland. And I would like you to maybe tell us a bit more about that, because we've heard about it in the news, but we don't really know the background, I guess. But also, why was it important to file this complaint?
So the reasons for filing it go way beyond the legal ones, although those are also very important. One of the things that we wanted to achieve was, challenge the Polish government in a sense that since October 2023, we've been bringing to attention of the Polish officials cases in which Polish citizens or their immediate families were harmed in the Gaza Strip. And we brought it to the attention of various people at Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Justice, different MPs, and it didn't matter. They would keep dismissing it and ignoring it. No one would launch an investigation. And we knew it's possible because we saw what was the reaction of Polish prosecutor's office after the killing of a Polish volunteer in Gaza in April of last year. So they did launch an investigation. Of course, it wasn't into a possible war crime, but into killing with the use of explosives. That's obviously a political choice. So we were really frustrated with not only with ignoring this, but also the Polish government ignoring its legal obligation to protect its citizens by not getting them out of the Gaza Strip. That was another thing. There were people who were qualified for governmental evacuation, and Israel, by blocking, by blocking the way out of the Gaza Strip, is also violating international law, because you're not supposed to cut off civilians from being able to escape the war zone, and you're also not supposed to block repatriation of dual citizens to their other countries. But the reaction of the Polish government to Israel doing exactly that was just, shrugging their arms and saying, well, Israel says no, they don't give really a reason, we can't do anything. And it's not only Poland, to be clear. This has happened with all the European governments and others too, of course. But it doesn't mean that it's something we will ever accept, being the second or third class citizens. So it was a protest against being constantly dismissed, not being treated fairly or equally. And the list of this goes on. It's quite a long list. And we wanted to also finally force people to hear the stories that the people who were, victims in one way or another of what's happening in Gaza, the stories that they were willing to share. For me, it was also a huge act of bravery, because they were taking such a personal risks. And we wanted to show that it didn't start on October the 7th, 2023, of course. So the complaints, when we were working on the complaints, one of the things that came out at the very beginning of collecting Walid's testimony, Walid Abu Muammar, one of the doctors that was filing the case, Polish dual citizen, the lawyer asked him to explain his relationship with his mother. And we said kind of both at the same time, mother, 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 and then your father, which is a Palestinian saying that kind of maybe, depicts how important the relationship with the mothers is. And of course, we talked about it because Walid's mother was killed in Gaza Strip in 2014 during that offensive. She was at home cooking, preparing meals. She was the only person that was killed in that bombing. And of course, no one has no idea why their building would be targeted. We learned that Yoav Kish, the Minister of Education, who is right now in Poland heading the delegation, the Israeli delegation, he was a pilot in 2014. He also commented on bombing the civilians in Gaza in a way that we don't find very trustworthy, because he would say, oh, my heart breaks every time civilians die, but, we don't have a choice. It's all their fault. Of course, as Daniel, I'm sure, can explain it better, international law doesn't work this way, that even if this whole myth of human shields was true, it still does not give a right to Israel to bomb civilians in their homes and kill them en masse. So, and then the second person who was filing the complaint yesterday was Ahmed al-Saftawi, another Polish-Palestinian doctor. And his mother was also killed in a way due to the Israeli oppressive practices. So she was very sick. The medications needed for her were not available in Gaza because of the blockade, which is a collective punishment, again, illegal under international law. For me, both of their stories were heartbreaking also, because Walid could, of course, he was not able to attend his mother's funeral. Ahmed arrived to Gaza with a suitcase full of medications to try and help his mom. And, you know, he says it in his testimony, which is public, which I also encourage everyone to read, because this will honor their sacrifice, the risks they took to submit it. He says, you know, he treated dozens of people in his hospital in Poland with the same issues as his mother had, but he couldn't help her. And by the time he managed to enter Gaza, it was too late. They managed to evacuate her to Egypt, but she passed 2 days later. And one part of why we were doing this is to show that the systemic oppression from before, to make those stories heard, to show that it didn't start 15 months ago. The second part was, of course, our outrage at the government's resolution to offer protection to people who are, you know, not only just war criminals, but war criminals who harmed number of Polish citizens, and the government, of course, tried to ignore it. Another thing is, of course, we wanted to strengthen the ICC because for us, for Palestinians, I think it's really terrifying to watch the international legal system being dismantled and undermined like this. I don't know what tools we will have left if this is gone, but also, you know, it never stops at one group. We're, you know, right now, maybe we're being deprived of the basic rights, but it's just a matter of time when it affects everyone else, another group and another group and another group, once we create a consent for limiting those basic rights. And another thing is something that Daniel mentioned, is actually to show the hypocrisy of the government. Because, again, there was no question that there will be an investigation into killing of Damian, the Polish volunteer, killed in Gaza in an Israeli airstrike. But there is, you know, it's the same tools that should be available to the dual citizens, Polish Palestinians, but somehow when they come and they say, look, more than 100 members of my family were killed over the last 15 months. They say, they share their stories, they talk about the hunger that their families went through, about the sickness of their elderly parents, about being stuck there. I mean, it's and it's just as if it doesn't matter, as if it's not a violation of anyone's laws. So we will, of course, we will keep pushing. We're not ready to give up yet. To be honest, you know, we knew it's a chance 1 in a million probably, but we did want to find a prosecutor who would actually meet with us and let the three Polish Palestinians testify in person and say, okay, I hear you, Yoav Kish might be complicit in war crimes committed in 2014. We also presented evidence showing his incitement to commit genocide and war crimes. And I mean, he's awful. He's just as bad as, you know, all the famous quotes we have from Netanyahu and Gallant. It's like 2 of them put together. It's no water, nothing, that we will annihilate Gaza, we'll change the face of it, there will be, you know, no gas station left, no governmental building. He said it a couple of times that he wants to see hundreds of thousands of people leave to Egypt. You know, that these are the orders, so these are not small charges. And we asked for his arrest, and we pointed to the fact that he's supposed to come to Poland on Monday. Few hours after we filed the complaint, we learned that he's already here, that he's being greeted with all the respect by the Polish politicians and the Polish officials. We were, and that also, you know, created a problem because as on one hand, of course, there is no immunity from war crimes. On the other hand, instead of him arriving to Poland being a private visit to commemorate the liberation of Auschwitz, it became a governmental official visit, which, it's not only a legal problem, but it just became that much more hurtful and, another humiliation faced by this group that was just trying to challenge exactly this kind of treatment. But there is still time, and I keep this hope of the size one in a million that there will be one prosecutor who will actually read what all three men shared in their testimonies, who would look at the legal arguments that we bring, and will actually act on it because it's the right thing to do, and it's the only way to preserve any resemblance of universality of international law and human rights. So, and then just to close it, I'm so sorry. I know I've been speaking for a minute here. We brought allegations against Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, based on what was found in the ICC arrest warrants. We had less than a week maybe to prepare those victim reports that we filed. So, of course, we wanted to include charges of genocide. We wanted to include the illegal blockade and many other things, but with limited amount of time, we figured if there is a tiny even chance that Netanyahu might come, this is the least we can do to strengthen the case that is ongoing in ICC.
Thank you, Ala, so much. I will actually, I think, open the floor to questions, but before I do that, Daniel, would you have any remarks on the story that Ala gave? Because we also know you have a lot of experience with, I guess, similar cases in the UK. So do you have any comments on also, I don't know, should we be hopeful right now? I'm coming back to that word, hope.
Yeah, I don't know whether we need to be one Palestinian lawyer who will be known by many of you by reputation, or you know him, is Raji Surani, and one of the things he talks about is having strategic optimism. I think that means we have to just keep our strategy is right, but the power structures that we are getting in the way and the power relations that are getting in the way make it very, very difficult, and none of us have any illusions about that. So I think hopeful is a difficult word, but we have to keep putting, we just don't have the privilege to give up. And I know that's what Palestinian lawyers who work with Palestinian lawyers feel very strongly. And again, for campaigners, it's really important to understand, and for lawyers, what the Geneva Conventions say in these provisions, this thing that we're going on about. It's in the 1949 conventions, and people need to remember the duty on states is to seek out and prosecute suspects who are in their jurisdiction, regardless of actually who the victims were. The full universal jurisdiction idea is that if a suspect comes to your country and they're not being prosecuted under their own legal system, you have a duty to arrest them and put them, if the evidence supports it, put them on trial. States need to keep reminding, and if they have a policy of giving someone immunity who is under any kind of investigation, a prior policy, and it's called special mission immunity, and I don't know whether that's what's happened in Poland, but it's a very popular thing. The British government has just had some military officials visiting the UK who almost certainly had special mission immunity. We had the head of the Israeli armed forces visiting the UK a few months ago, again under this form of temporary immunity for a visit. The policies of governments on that have to be challenged because it's directly in contradiction to the Article 146, 147 duty. So again, campaigning, education of people widely that the law requires these things to be happening. So that's what we just need to keep on making clear.
Thank you. So with that, I would like to give the microphone to our audience, either in the studio or on Zoom. I hope you guys have some questions. Yeah, okay, already one.
Thanks a lot. Thank you to Alan and Daniel for very informative talks. And maybe a bit of a crude question to provoke you a little bit. Maybe especially to Daniel, do you think when it comes to the judicial criticism of the occupation of the occupied territories and the struggle in the international court against that, is it the simply put, is it just the struggle for the two-state solution, or is it more to that? That's all. Thanks.
Okay, well, I mean, look, for me, the core issue is the Palestinians have been denied their right to exercise self-determination. And it's not for me, it's for the Palestinians to have that opportunity and to exercise that right. Now, personally, I'm not a fan of the two-state solution, but that's not my issue. The issue is, have Palestinians been given the right to exercise their collective right of self-determination? That needs to be what happens. In my view, setting aside everything else, so I think I need to give a little bit of personal history here, because it will make it more explicable as to why I'm going to say what I'm about to say. So, I have Polish heritage, first of all. So my maternal side were all Polish. And there's one surviving member of my family on my paternal grandfather's side who's the founder of the Poland Jewish Museum. So he's the one survivor, and he still survives in Poland. But all others members of my family were wiped out in the Holocaust. And my grandmother, as a Zionist settler, was one of the few that survived. But she, very late in her life, had struggles with herself about how she landed as an occupier and took part in settler colonialism and regretted some of what had happened. There were early Zionists who sort of had a binational, they were a minority who weren't so ambitious to set up a Jewish state within Palestine. But really, most of them were settler colonialists. They had the wrong answer to anti-Semitism, in my view, because rather than struggle against anti-Semitism as an evil and a racism that needs to be battled against, they saw the solution to that as separatism and taking over the land of another. And that's how we have settler colonialism as the Zionist solution to racism, the wrong, anti-progressive. And I think she began to understand that very late in her life, but so few Israelis have come to terms with that. However, we have what we have. We have a nation built on settler colonialism, which is not unique. It's a unique version of it in many ways, but it's not unique as a legal entity, because we have that in other historical settler colonial outcomes. So what it is the Israeli Jewish collectivity needs to come to terms with that history, as my grandmother began to do late in life. But they're not going to do that easily. Again, they're in power. They have this concept of a ethno-national apartheid state where the rights of Jews as a collective are elevated historically and endemically within, and we've got all kinds of statutes and laws which put that in place. So I don't see a two-state solution as one that addresses those problems myself. But I come back to, as a legal construct, it's for the Palestinians to exercise their right of self-determination. So in my view, there should be the end of Zionism, however that comes about. And set aside that, against that, we have the legal rights, the collective rights of the Palestinians that need to be exercised. So that's how I'd put it. I hope that sort of makes some kind of sense. And the legal issue is the one I identified in relation to self-determination. Self-determination won't, if it's a two-state solution, self-determination won't solve the problem of Zionism as a a legal outcome with the the various statutes that have come into being, including the one that came into being about a decade ago, which sort of embedded the racism of Zionism within a national law. So I hope that makes some kind of sense in my response.
Ala, would you like to add something?
No, maybe you can take more questions.
Yeah. Sure. Any other questions here in the studio? Yeah, we have one.
Hi, I have a question about something you, Daniel, said about states being prepared. You asked what seemed to be a rhetorical question. Are states prepared to comply with international law? And you said right after that then that the jury is still out, and I'm wondering how do you see the timescale of reaction, and how can we shorten that timescale? So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's like doing the kind of things that Ala's doing in Poland and lawyers doing across the world. We have to just keep testing the legal system, trying to build strategies to bring matters to our national courts and to our legal systems that keep challenging the judiciary, prosecutors, everyone to enforce the law actively. And so I'm involved in that. Lots of lawyers here and in other countries are trying to bring legal cases where they can to test, to make sure that the national legal systems are confronted with the law as we see it. It's really quite difficult sometimes because of countries which have a dualist approach to international law. So this is a development of customary international law, and how national legal systems interact with customary international law is sort of quite complicated. So crystallizing a point that a national court's prepared to deal with isn't a straightforward challenge to overcome. But it's happened in England. We already had before the advisory opinion. It's not brought by me, but Al-Haq and an organization called GLAN have brought a judicial review challenging arms sales to Israel. And the new Labour government, during the course of this judicial review, actually did cancel a very small number of licenses because it saw it was in some kind of trouble, legal trouble in court, and that it had to move. So that case without that case having been brought by Al-Haq and GLAN in December 2023, I don't think we would have had the decision we had in the summer of 2024 after the new Labour government came in that cancelled some of those licenses. So it shows we can have at least small victories through the law. So even for those small number of licenses, I think that case has already justified itself. But again, those cases, even if you lose them, you're raising public consciousness about what the law and the facts are. So just as Ala said, even if we can't win these battles because procedural issues or the failure to enforce the law gets in the way, it's important to keep battling and doing that. But I think shortening the timescale, which you suggested, that's bringing legal cases, bringing public consciousness, putting pressure on politicians through the legal arguments that we put, all of those things, shoving the law in the face of those in power and the judiciary. That's the strategy as far as I see it, broadly speaking. And I hope that shortens the time. But again, we're not naive. We don't have rose-tinted spectacles. We know that this is all about breaking down a hugely profitable relationship that nations, whether democracies or non-democracies, feel they have with the Israeli economy.
Yeah. Can I add something on that?
Sure.
Yeah, I wanted to point to two things. So 10 years ago, what's happening today was, something people barely could imagine. We have those cases like the one we brought yesterday all over the world. When I was leaving Gaza in 2014, I had no idea. Well, I kind of wanted this to happen one day because it was so outrageous what I witnessed, but I didn't think it's gonna happen this fast, to be honest. And the price that Gaza has had to pay for this, for trying to use the law to bring some justice that Gaza had to pay, this is absolutely unfair. But the genocide in Gaza already shortened the time for those things to start happening, because we see those little victories. Also, the weapons case in Holland, right? And the second thing I wanted to say is Poland is actually pretty well set up for those cases, because to file a complaint here, in theory, you don't need to be a citizen. We started to practice universal jurisdiction because of the war crimes committed in Ukraine. And I'm also mentioning it because it's just mind-boggling why the government, the same Minister of Justice that has been fighting so hard to strengthen ICC on the issue of Russian war crimes in Ukraine, that was multiple meetings with ICC, also discussing protection from attacks, including from the Israeli attacks. So much energy and involvement going into strengthening the ICC, and then one day they just turn around and they start undermining it when it comes to Palestine. And of course, it shows how powerful the interests are. But we are in a really good place to keep pushing. And as it was mentioned before, with what we're doing here in Poland, this was just the beginning. We're not tiny bit discouraged by the small chances. We did not plan to do it in such a short timeline, but I'm hopeful looking forward. I think this might encourage many more people who will want to come forward, have their stories heard, and not necessarily citizens only.
Thanks. Any other questions from the room? Yes, there's one.
So, as the decision to include in legal protection, like to include Netanyahu in legal protection decided by Polish government, was it illegal from its base as it goes against the decision made based on international law, or is it technically legal to do something like that?
I can say a little bit in terms of the Polish internal legal system. So as far as I understand, the resolution itself offering protection to the highest representatives of Israeli state is not illegal in itself, because it's not part of the domestic laws. It's not, it's just a separate thing. But if Netanyahu came here and was not arrested, then that's the moment when Polish government breaks the law by its international obligations by not arresting a wanted alleged war criminal. But it's a statement of a will of a state made to international community. So maybe in that sense, it violates our international obligations. But here, I'm really not sure what's the legal qualification of it.
Maybe I will add. First of all, it was a statement. It's not part of a legal order. So the statement itself just undermines the international legal system. And I would also say our social Polish trust in the rule of law as well. But also the ultimate decision on arresting Netanyahu or Gallant, if they would come, would be a decision of the court, Polish court. So it's not really the government, not mentioning also how they phrased the whole statement, which wasn't totally clear. Like I know some lawyers who are specialists in international law who are kind of jokingly saying that, well, that could also be read as Polish government safely delivering Netanyahu to The Hague. Because, well, the statement itself wasn't so clear. In the end, maybe possibly it was made because everyone knew Netanyahu won't come, so it was empty in a way. As a sociologist of law, I just really think it undermines generally trust in law and our government, which is an issue in itself. I don't know, Daniel, if you would like to add something.
Yeah, I mean, I made the point earlier, and I put in the chat the thing I was trying to quote. It's absolutely clear that this is paragraph 38 of that ruling I mentioned against Mongolia from October. So about a month before the arrest warrants were issued, this case came before a chamber of the International Criminal Court on the same legal issue. So the statement made by President Macron soon after the arrest warrants were issued, to the effect that it would be legal for France to not arrest Netanyahu because he had immunity. Can I explain something? The reason they've cited this is because many years ago, the Belgian authorities issued an arrest warrant against the DRC foreign minister, and they brought a case to the International Court of Justice saying that was a breach of immunities. And what was established in that case, unhappily, was national courts, separate from the Rome Statute, national courts cannot exercise jurisdiction over head of government, head of state, or foreign ministers while they remain in post. Okay, so absent the Rome Statute, that is the problem. So that's given rise to this whole argument about that's why Macron and your government have made these kind of statements. But given the arrest warrants issued by the Rome system, the International Criminal Court, they've got a treaty obligation, which means that customary international law provision is out of court. It's not relevant anymore. So it's more difficult for your national courts to exercise jurisdiction over Netanyahu as a visitor in relation to the war crimes he's committed, ironically, but you can and should hand him over to the International Criminal Court because that doesn't have to worry about it. This treaty overrid that customary international law amongst treaty states. Okay, so when Netanyahu visits a non-treaty member of the Rome Statute, there won't be an obligation on them, sadly, though there would be in relation to Gallant, because he's a defense minister. He's not one of that triumvirate that I mentioned. So it's quite complicated, generally speaking, but specifically on this point, it's not complicated at all. And the International Criminal Court, in this chamber judgment to do with Putin visiting Mongolia, has just made the whole point crystal clear. So it's really an outrage, but I understand what Ala's point is. Can you domestically do something about that? And that's the same problem that lawyers face continuously about whether you've domesticated that international obligation in a way that you can bring it before your national courts. So that's always a problem we face with international treaty obligations. Can you use them in your domestic courts to bring someone to book, to challenge their public law decision making? But the breach of the international obligation, that's clear.
I think there's one more question. Yeah. So the question to panelists is actually, can you stay with us for 5 minutes longer? Because it's, yeah. Okay, perfect. So there's one more question here.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, because we came to me at least, a very interesting waters. To stay on that note of this sort of speculations, what if it was taken to, in a sense, another level, meaning that such a visit from by someone like Netanyahu was to take place in a country that has sort of ingrained or entrenched the predominance of the international law over the national law, such as Germany. Because there is this huge, let's say, contradiction between Germany's, say, psychotic, kind of blind support of Israel, while at the same time, for decades, branding itself as the most diligently following country of the international law and the ICC and ICJ. So what would, in such a situation, happen if Netanyahu was to come to Germany and there is a arrest warrant, right? Would there be some, let's say, explosion in, I don't know, their constitutional system or something like that? Thanks.
Daniel?
You need to ask a German domestic lawyer or international lawyer. That I don't have the answer to that, the kind of coherent answer to that question. My incoherent answer to that question is yes. So it's short, but it's kind of like, look, I think the broader question is, and I think it's been a theme, the rights of Palestinians, the obligations of states in relation to those rights is being exposed writ large. Are states prepared to just comply with their international obligations, which are straightforward, actually? You know, the duty to prevent genocide, that kicked in long time ago. What are they doing about it? So we constantly need to challenge them. And these situations, I think Allah made the point more or less, which is the Palestinians are continually testing, is the law going to be enforced in the way that it should be? Or are we seeing the further degradation of international rights, especially of oppressed peoples? And this is causing a massive test, ideologically and practically, of the efficacy of international law. But national laws are often challenged by oppressed peoples as well. So this is not an accident of history. This is what happens. It shouldn't be happening. It's disgusting and upsetting that it's happening to the degree that it's happened to Palestinians, especially in the last 18 months. But it is part of this historic struggle to make sure that powerful bodies and states comply with their international obligations. So it will create a crisis. It's creating a legal crisis in many states continuously because that's what happens.
And I would add maybe, again, it's a question of political will of what would happen, because we know there was a case of a Palestinian German family killed in 2014, 5 kids. One of the stories we're documenting that was brought to attention of the German prosecutors, and they shut it down. And there was, again, no good justification to just dismiss it, except it was very inconvenient politically. So that's one thing. And the second thing I wanted to say is this: the Polish code, the Polish criminal code, integrates huge chunk of Rome Statute, right? So it's copy-paste of huge sections of the Rome Statute that, it's also ratified as a separate document. It means that to bigger and bigger degree, the international law regulations are becoming also domesticized somehow. So we don't need to look for international treaties to bring charges to accuse Yoav Kish of incitement to genocide or a war crime. We use the Polish criminal code in the entire complaint, also in charges brought against the things we alleged against Netanyahu and Gallant. So it's not only messing the international system, it's messing the domestic system but again, it's showing something that's been true, and also not only for Palestinians, just that the law is not, the justice is not blind, the law is not equal for everyone, that as we started, as Daniel said at the beginning, it's a social construct, and what we keep adding and saying to this, it requires political will in the end. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. We have to finish now, but thank you so much for all your thoughts and comments and answers to questions. Thank you to our public for also asking those questions. I think I would like to finish with this phrase that Daniel mentioned, which is strategic optimism, and hope that we can actually take that with us today and apply it in our lives and work with that. Also, we are collecting here donations for Cactus, the Polish-Palestinian Initiative for Justice, that Ala is representing here. So,
I would say forward, we need to cover legal fees for the case we just submitted, and that's just the first. So please support us. We want to continue this work.
Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Done. Well done.
So much.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Więc jeszcze będziemy mieć wydarzenie o 20:45. Może spróbujemy zacząć trochę przed i to będzie też bardzo warto zostać. Dziękuję.
especially since there are particularly difficult.
Hi, Dr. Ahmed. Could you hear us? May we do a quick sound check? And also, is it possible to see you?
Yes, yes, I see you, I hear you.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Thanks. And Gabor, do we have you here? Maybe not yet. If so, we may wait like 3 minutes.
I'm here with Delphin, Zara. Yeah, I arrived Brussels today because I have something to do. Now we are online.
Yes.
If you don't mind, Delphine will be with us also.
That's amazing. Actually, Elisa, just to introduce you to Delphine, who's actually the one who has put together the entire foundation that I work for with Dr. Maghribi. So she is basically the brains behind the entire foundation of Compassionate Hearts for Palestine. So just to let you know.
Right. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I was looking.
Can you see me?
Yes. And I was just like, okay.
Amazing.
So the person next to Dr. Ahmed.
Dr. Ahmed, yes, exactly. Is Delphine. Yes.
Oh, wow. Very nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too.
Great. So maybe we can start already. Super. Thank you to all who are here. It's not just me and Alicia who are here. We can show you the camera. We've got an audience here waving. So we'll crack on and pass the mic on to you, Zara.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Elisa. So just to start, I just want to double check and make sure that all my panelists can hear me well. Can you all hear me? Amazing. You can all see me? Amazing. Wonderful. So good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this really important and really timely discussion. My name is Zara Nasser, and I have the privilege of moderating tonight's panel, which will be entitled Grief, Pain, and Collective Healing: How Vulnerability and Sincerity Can Transform Our World. It is really notable to state, and I'm sure this has been reiterated many times today, that we gather here just 2 days before the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. This anniversary compels us to reflect on how we hold grief, both individual and collective, and how we transform it into action, connection, and healing. So tonight in our panel, we'll explore how grief transcends time and geography, connecting communities who have suffered atrocities from the Holocaust to the ongoing genocide in Palestine at the hands of the Israeli government. We'll examine how bearing witness and showing vulnerability in storytelling, medicine, and social movements can help us humanize one another, build authentic connections, pave the way towards collective healing, and most importantly of all, never forget what has happened in Gaza. So I'm honored to be joined today by 3 highly intelligent, successful, and empathetic people who will guide us in our discussion. I'll start by introducing each of them. So Dr. Gabor Mate is our first panelist, a Canadian physician of Hungarian Jewish heritage and Holocaust survivor. Dr. Mate is an expert on trauma and its impacts on childhood development, neurodiverse conditions, and addiction. His groundbreaking work emphasizes the importance of understanding how early life experiences shape our physical and mental health. Dr. Mate's personal story is one of survival and resistance and resilience. His work in trauma healing makes him uniquely positioned to speak about the long-lasting effects of grief and collective trauma today. Joining us next is Mohammed Al-Moghanni, a film director and screenwriter born in Gaza. Mohammed's films explore themes of racial justice, war, and socio-political life, shedding light on the stories of innocent civilians caught in conflict. His work has earned international acclaim, including awards at IDFA and Clermont-Ferrand film festivals. He's also been shortlisted for an Oscar for his short film An Orange from Jaffa. Through his art, Muhammad raises awarenesses about the collateral issues of war, such as identity and the struggles of unregistered children, bringing sincerity and humanity to narratives of suffering. And our final panelist is Dr. Ahmed Al-Maghrabi, a surgeon and humanitarian leader from Gaza, and who is incredibly dear to me as someone I'm incredibly lucky to call as one of my mentors. Dr. Al-Maghrabi has an extensive background in reconstructive and burn surgery, having led departments in Gaza's largest hospitals, Al-Shifa and Nasser. He is the founder of Compassionate Hearts for Palestine, a foundation providing medical assistance and education to besieged Palestinians. He's currently completing a fellowship in burns in Belgium, which is why we have Delphine, who is actually the one who leads our organization, Compassionate Hearts for Palestine, with him today. And he dreams of replicating a skin bank in Gaza to provide essential care in the region. His work embodies intersection of medicine and compassion, offering hope to those enduring unimaginable pain. So thank you to all our panelists for joining us. Tonight, with our panelists' unique perspectives in trauma, art, and medicine, we'll address how to bear the pain of loss while witnessing violence, how to humanize one another through authentic connection, and what sincerity and vulnerability can bring to social movements. And we'll also reflect on the profound significance of gathering here so close to the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, honoring those who endured Auschwitz while standing in solidarity with those who continue to endure oppression and apartheid today in Gaza, the West Bank, and the occupied territories. I'm going to pose specific questions to our panelists, but panelists, please feel free to add in your experiences, whatever you see fit. So let's begin. Let's start our discussion tonight by talking about bearing witness to what has been happening in Gaza for the past 15 months. So Dr. Ahmed Al-Maghrabi, you lived through the ongoing genocide before you were able to leave Rafah in the summer of 2024 with your children to escape to Egypt, and now you're in Belgium. Please, can you give our audience some context, a little bit about what you experienced when you were in Gaza, how you felt and what you were thinking during that time?
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much, Zara. Thank you, everybody. Really, I'm really happy to meet all of you here. I can see one of my Gazan, Muhammad Al-Mughanni. We are like relatives, you know, we are so close. I have many friends, relatives from Al-Mughanni family, so I'm happy to meet you. And you are a filmmaker like Delphine. Delphine, she's a famous filmmaker. Maybe we can do something, you know, in future. Who knows? Okay. You know, me as a head of plastic and burn department at Nasser Hospital, I used to work at Al-Shifa Hospital for 15 years, okay, as a plastic and burn surgeon. Then the Ministry of Health, they sent me to south of Gaza in 2021 to lead the Department of Plastic and Burns at Nasser Hospital. And everybody knows Nasser Hospital and Al-Shifa Hospital. So, how to say it? Actually, Gaza, everybody know Gaza. It's for me. I describe Gaza as a small village. You know, Gaza. If you go from the Egyptian border, okay, to the Israeli border to the north, it is about 40 kilometers, okay, in length. In which Gaza, it's about like 9 kilometers only. Can you believe that? It is a small village, okay? And we have been living under strict siege since 2006. Can you believe that? Since 2006, we are living under strict siege. And you can imagine what kind of life since 2006. I have lived many wars in Gaza. I remember I have written my first dissertation at Queen Mary University in London. It was about white phosphorus burns. Everybody knows this weapon is a prohibited weapon. First, it was used in 2009. Actually, suddenly, the IDF, they decided to launch an aggressive war against Gaza without any reason. That was in 2009. I remember even I got injured while I was working at my department on my scalp. I got like 4 stitches that time. Anyway, we have lived many catastrophic situations, you know, in Gaza. Okay, all the time we were exposed to death at any given time. All the time, actually, all the time. So 2009, it was a big war against us. 2012, I was at Al-Shifa Hospital all that time. 2014, 2018, 2021. And it was like a great march return. If you heard about each Friday, our people used to go to the border and doing peaceful demonstrations at Fridays. It lasted for maybe 2 years, I think, this great return march. Every Friday we used to have lots of casualties, we used to have gunshots, limbs injury from snipers, Israeli snipers. They used to shoot, these peaceful demonstrations at people who used to go and demonstrate at the border. Anyway, it is like a hot area. We are under strict siege. It is like open air prison Gaza. Everybody knows that. Myself, I couldn't attend many conferences. I have many invitations from Paris, from Istanbul, from many parts of this world. But I couldn't attend any of these conferences because of the siege. I'm speaking before the war, last war, because me as a head of department, as a specialist, as a consultant even, I couldn't go anywhere in this world. We couldn't communicate with the outer world. Me as a surgeon even, because I have to apply for the visa. The visa will take like 1 month at least. Then I have to apply for the Israeli side or for the Egyptian side. Will take also 2 months. So the conference, And anyway, last war started, as you know, everybody, like explosion, 7th of October. Really, me as a surgeon, I fed up of this kind of life in Gaza. Believe me, everybody, my children, my wife, everybody, all Gazan, they fed up from this kind of life. We are living under strict siege since 2006, and nobody listened to our Palestinian narratives. Nobody. But when 7th of October, this explosion happened, everybody started hearing, looking, listening. Unfortunately, they listened to the Israeli side, to the IDF, and it was like, and they didn't adopt the Palestinian narrative, okay, which is unfair, okay, not to listen to these people who are living under strict siege, under occupation, okay, under continuous aggression since many years. You should listen to them. But the outer world didn't listen to us until happened this 7th of October. And as you see, when this started, actually, I thought myself as a surgeon have big experience in the wars, previous wars against us. Really, I knew from the beginning that the Israeli side will commit something very bad against us, because they used I don't know, but because of the how to say it, of the continuous mass destruction happened first couple of days. So it actually I had very bad impression inside myself, and I said, oh my God, they are going to commit genocide against us. Why? Because during the previous wars, they used to attack, one building, one apartment, okay, one car. It's like that. But this war, they started destroying the whole neighborhoods. Okay, many buildings at once. Many buildings at once. it's called like red carpet explosions, you know, 3, 4, 5, 10 buildings at once. They don't care actually about the innocent people, about civilians. It was a crazy, and no words. There is no words to describe the situation in Gaza, really. And I remember after 1 week of the war, they started ordering us to leave all Gaza. We are as a Gazans. They ordered us to evacuate from Gaza to south of Gaza, because Gaza will be like, you know, like a military actions will be there, blah blah blah. It was like a judgment day. I took all my family, and I went to the south of Gaza to my department. I took my wife, my children, my mother, brothers, everybody, and we headed and we went to the south at Nasr Hospital. I put my family there because I was thinking the hospitals will be a safe place, as everybody. If you think about safe place, you would think hospitals, schools, NGOs places or headquarters of NGOs, but it doesn't seem like that, okay? It doesn't seem like that, because as you see, they targeted all schools, all hospitals, all NGOs, MSF, ICRC, no red lines, mosques, even churches, the oldest churches maybe in the world you can find in Gaza. All these churches, you know, destroyed. My father used to work as a head of nurse. Actually, he passed away a long time back. He used to work at the Baptist Hospital, Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza. It is a famous hospital. It's a Christian hospital. My father used to work there for 25 years. There was an old church there. And everybody knows first month, I think end of October or 1st of November, they attacked the hospital. They killed more than 1,000 of displaced people there. People used to displace to the hospital, and they attacked everybody there. They killed 1,000 of civilians people. Can you believe that? Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitta used to be at the operative theater that time when they attacked civilians.
Yes. There is that famous video of him standing in the courtyard that has been seen, you know, millions of times, that MSF showed.
It's crazy. Oh my God.
So Dr. Ahmed, can I ask you, because this will lead very well onto my question for Dr. Mate as well. Can you tell us about the time in Rafah? When you were in Rafah and you mentioned while you were waiting to escape to go into Egypt. Can you tell us a little bit about that time?
Yeah. So you want me? This is the final stage of my journey during the war, during the genocide. Okay.
There is a story you mentioned to me that I want you to share with our audience, and I think Dr. Mate will be very interested in this, about when you were in Rafah and you were with your children and you couldn't find any food to eat.
Actually, that was happening while I was under strict siege in the besieged hospital.
In the hospital.
That started at Nasr Hospital. Actually, today is the anniversary. It's been 1 year. It's been 1 year as they imposed a strict siege at our hospital. They imposed a strict siege on 23rd of January last year. It's been 1 year now. For 3 weeks, we used to be trapped in this hospital without anything, without any kind of food, without any kind of clean water, without any kind of medical supplies. And I have been shouting that time. I used to speak, from the hospital to many of the international organizations. I have called many times MSF. Myself, I work for MSF France, and I called them many times, please provide us some food. Don't take us out don't come and take us out. Just bring food, because it was very, very dangerous. And because they used to attack ambulances, and the child, if you remember Hind Rajab, how they killed her family.
Yes.
And she used to be trapped in the car, and the IDF attacked the ambulances, and they killed many of medical personnel who would help that child. Finally,
Yes.
that child passed away. And whenever I call somebody out from outside, they said, okay, they killed Hind Rajab, this child, and they killed the medical personnel. So we can't come and save you. We can't come and bring food to you to Nasser Hospital. And really, I surrender that time, me and my family, and remnant of the displaced people to death, actually, to our fate. Delphine used to call me every day. I told her, I'm not sure that I'm gonna survive. I'm not sure. I'm trapped inside the buildings, and the snipers all over around, and we couldn't move from one building to other building inside the hospital. And who would do so? They would kill him inside the hospital yards. There were many of dead bodies at the hospital yards, killed by snipers. And it was like, it's like a hell, you know. The floor under us is like earthquake because of the tanks are bombing all over around. Explosions are all over around. And really, we are surrendered to death. And I was sure that I'm gonna die from hunger, or maybe, you know, or I'm gonna be killed by one sniper, or, you know, by these explosions. And they actually shooted my nurse beside me at the 4th floor. I have a video. I sent this video to Al Jazeera even. I used to be at the 4th floor operating on one patient, and I decided with my nurse colleague actually to go to the balcony. Once we opened the door, and I used to use my phone, I saw one tank. So I decided to capture this tank. Okay, and my nurse used to be beside me, and they shooted my nurse just beside me. Can you believe that? And not only him, many people, displaced people, already killed inside the hospital by snipers. One of them used to be at the toilet actually, or taking some shower or blah blah blah. They shooted him inside the hospital at his head. One young guy used to use this SIM card internet. You know, the young guy used to. Yep. Yeah, they want to find some signal, so used to go, you know, at the top of the hospital to get some signal. They shooted these people, and they killed many of young people. It was scary, and it was 3 weeks without any food, without clean water. I used to drink, me and my family, all my patients, from the sink water. We used to search and look for the dry bread, remnant food. We used to search for any remnant food just to eat. And now tell me how, actually, it was very hard for me to justify this to my children.
Yes.
It was so hard to me. I have one child, Siba, her name Siba. All the time she used to ask me, you know, some sweet to eat or something to eat, but I couldn't provide her anything. All the time she used to be fatigued. She used to sleep. And I used to look at my children, they are dying in front of my eyes. I couldn't do nothing for them. Really, it was unbelievable what happened with us. Really, it was so horrible, you know. We were expecting death at every second, at every minute. We were expecting the death. Okay, it was, I don't know really how. There is no words to tell you about the horrible situation we used to live inside this hospital or inside Gaza in general. It is horrible. All people in Gaza, every day actually they are waking up. They don't believe that they are alive. They don't believe. Myself, I woke up, okay, oh, today I'm alive, tomorrow I will not be alive. So we used to live day by day. That's it. Day by day only. So can you believe?
Now that you've mentioned your children, and actually this is Dr. Mate's area of expertise, he thoroughly researches, you know, childhood trauma, and he looks at how that shapes us as adults. Dr. Mate, if we, you know, Dr. Ahmed has set the scene for us now, and he's explained what has happened to his own children. And the children who fled from their homes, from place to place, from safe place to safe place. And I can't remember where I read this, but someone mentioned it can't be counted as PTSD because it's not post-traumatic stress disorder. It's an ongoing traumatic stress disorder for these children. So Dr. Mate, would you be able to tell us, how does the adulthood of a child look like if they survive, like Dr. Ahmed Maghrabi's children survived in Gaza? How does that look like?
Well, first of all, let me just say that it's, even though I know the facts that Dr. Maghrabi was talking about, I'm well aware of them. And many years ago, I was in Gaza. I was in Jabalia refugee camp. And more recently, nearly 3 years ago now, I was in the West Bank. So even though if one knows the history and one knows the facts, it's just beyond words to even listen to you. The experience that you had to go through, you and your children, you as a professional who is committed to helping and healing people, and to see your colleagues and yourself attacked for doing your job, to know that Palestinian doctors have been tortured to death in Israeli hospitals, in Israeli prisons, to know that nurses have been shot while they're working in the operating room. And your children, at least they have you. And that's going to make a big difference for them. But there are at least 20,000 children in Gaza who are completely orphaned just in the last year and a half. There were many thousands of Gazan children that were orphaned in the previous wars, going back to 2009, 2014. And what makes it so frustrating and difficult and outrageous is I was a refugee once, in Hungary in 1956. There was a rebellion against Soviet rule that was defeated, and we became refugees. But because we were refugees from communism, the West welcomed us, and they supported us, and our stories were told, and our narratives were validated and even celebrated. But not only is this horror being inflicted on the Palestinian people, their narrative is not even listened to in the West. We have to struggle to even get the facts across. Now, as to the children, the traumatization of Palestinian children is not new. Already in 2006, there was a study of Palestinian children and in Gaza, and something like over 32% suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms, needing psychological intervention. About 50% had moderate symptoms. We're talking about children. 2.5% had no symptoms. Children had aggression, they had nightmares, they were wetting their beds, they had anxiety attacks. Now, I was an infant during a war, during a genocide, and during a bombing. I wet my bed till I was 13. And this study was done in 2004, before Hamas became the governing party. So if anybody thinks that the traumatization of Gaza began after October 7th as a response to October 7th, it's not true. It's been going on for decades and decades. And it's got huge mental health implications. There was a study done recently in Gaza they found that 90% of the children, 96% of children believed that their death was imminent. What's it like to be a child and to believe that you're going to die? What's that like? 79% had nightmares. They had symptoms of aggression. And there was a recent study on Syrian refugee kids, also who grew up under conditions of war and conflict, that showed that the DNA, the genetic functioning of these kids who suffered war trauma was affected in ways that influenced the functioning of their cells. So we're not just talking about psychological harms, which are ingrained in the nervous system. We're actually talking about how even the genes function differently after war trauma. And those Syrian kids, even though, of course, their conditions were very difficult and very challenging, if you can compare situations, it's nothing like the relentless assault that Palestinian kids have been living under, especially in the last year and a half. But even before then, as you pointed out, with this siege that's been going on for such a long time. And what's also happening is that the very people that would provide the help to these children are themselves being attacked, themselves being assaulted. So it's impossible not to be impressed by and to be humbled by the resilience of the Palestinian people. And I had that impression when I was there during the first Intifada. I had that impression when I was in the West Bank in 2022, just how resilient people are. But at the same time, it's almost impossible to predict the degree if, and we don't even know that this war is over. This war is not over yet. There's a ceasefire, but I can predict pretty carefully or pretty accurately what's going to happen. Because as long as you have this project, this Zionist project that this whole country is ours and these people don't even belong here, how are you ever going to have peace? You might have respite, and I'm very glad that there's a respite. Mind you, of course, what we also know is happening is that the Israelis may have stopped bombing Gaza, but now they're attacking villages in the West Bank and the Jenin refugee camp. So it's ongoing.
Dr. Mate, you mentioned...
I just want to say something here about
Sorry, yes, go ahead.
The liberation of Auschwitz.
Yes, please.
It's an absolute outrage that Benjamin Netanyahu was allowed to go to Poland without being arrested. Here's what Benjamin Netanyahu said last July. He said, "This is a conflict," he said, "between barbarism and civilization, a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. And this war criminal, this hypocrite, is allowed to go where human lives are sacrificed in the name of a dominant and imperial ideology, just like the one that he embraces. And if the liberation of Auschwitz means anything at all, Auschwitz was a crime against Jews, for sure, including my grandparents who died there. And my mother and I almost ended up there ourselves. But it was also, more importantly, a crime against humanity. And Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were killed in the concentration camp. Millions of Russian prisoners were killed. Roma people, Sinti people were killed. It was a crime against humanity. And if the liberation of Auschwitz by the Red Army is to be commemorated, what needs to be commemorated is people's fight against inhumanity, not just as a specific event in Jewish history, but as a seminal event in human history. And we know how many other Holocausts there have been throughout history against indigenous people, against black people, against people all over the world. So are we going to celebrate one specific event? Are we going to commemorate one specific event? Or are we going to recognize that what we're talking about here are crimes against humanity and the necessity to resist crimes against humanity? And how, in the name of God, does the Polish government have the insolence and the blindness and the cynicism to invite the mass murderer to commemorate the liberation of Auschwitz? It's an outrage. It's an absolute outrage. I'll finish here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mate. As very aptly put, when we say never again, we mean never again for anyone. You mentioned about the narrative that isn't being told of the Palestinians. And you also mentioned the stories, you being a refugee. Dr. Ahmed al-Mughrabi knows how it feels like to be a refugee. And so does Muhammad as well. You know how it feels like to be a refugee because you come from Gaza and you are a Palestinian living in the diaspora. You're a filmmaker who makes films about Palestinians, about Palestine, about Gaza, but you live in the strange land. And so I want to ask you two questions then, Muhammad, if you'll answer them for me. The first is, as someone who's living in the diaspora, especially as a Gazan, living in the diaspora, how does this shape your storytelling style, your filmmaking? If you were living in Gaza right now, if you stayed in Gaza, would you be a different filmmaker? Would the stories you tell be different if you were still in Gaza right now? Would they be similar to the journalists on the ground? And the other question I'd like you to answer for me within this vein is, as Dr. Mate mentioned, the narratives that are not being told. Your films depict vulnerability, they depict sincerity, they depict humanness, humanity. And you do this by breaking the barriers and humanizing the people, the Palestinians that are often dehumanized in global media. So do you feel this is something that you do that is purposeful? Do you feel like showcasing vulnerability and humanness actually generates empathy from the audience, from the global public for your films?
Thank you so much, Zara, and it's a true pleasure and an honor to be with you and with Dr. Gabor Mate and Dr. Ahmed al-Mughrabi. I will answer the second question first, and then I will come back to the first one. I think the main reason was me deciding on studying filmmaking is to tell the stories that the world didn't know about Palestinians and about Gazans, where I grew up. And at the age of 13, 14, I was watching films from all across the world, from Europe, from the US, from Canada, and even Arabic countries. And I saw the character traits of these people in the films, that they were similar to people from my neighborhood, to my uncles, to my cousins, to my neighbors. And I was wondering if there were any films from Gaza and from Palestine that are telling the stories and the ambitions and even the emotional state of what these characters in those films were feeling. And there were not any films from Gaza, unfortunately. Gaza is a widely known place from the news. You would hear about bombing and invasion and stuff like that, but you wouldn't really know the inside, intimate stories that I had with my neighborhood, with my family, with my uncles, and not necessarily always that, they are sad stories or very emotional in a way that is connected to the war, but also the culture, the humor of people in Gaza. People didn't know much about it. So I felt the need and the urge to do that. And in Gaza, there was no mean I mean, there was no film schools, and I think they're still not. There were art schools and media schools, so I really wanted to go and study somewhere abroad, filmmaking, and I chose Poland because my uncle told me about the film school in Łódź where he studied, but he studied arts. So, and that was actually during the 2008-2009 war. I was 16 or 17 years old at that time. I was coming back from school, then they started bombing. I remember the screams of women and children in the street, and then I had to go and look for my mom. She was at work. I went with my cousin. We picked her, and then we moved to my grandmother's house where she had a computer with internet, and I could connect with my uncle who was also in the diaspora. And he was asking me about my grandma and about my mom. We were all like evacuating at my grandmother's place that was close to a Shifa hospital, because at that time, I mean, we thought that it's the safest area in Gaza. So I was connecting with him, and he told me about this film school in Poland. And I was lucky enough, I have to say, and I have the privilege to be able to leave Gaza and live in Poland. And that was that is, I'm answering now the first question. My dream was to study filmmaking in order to go back to Gaza and tell the stories of people in Gaza. So Poland was a place where I could look at Gaza and Palestine from a different perspective, and also it helped me a lot being here to see how people think about us and how they see us, and that also develops my ability to talk to this audience. You know, like when I came here, I remember 18 years old, I met a guy. He was like, he finished masters in something, I don't know, maybe marketing. And, you know, as a kid from Gaza, you know that the world outside maybe thinks negatively of you, or think that you are always, you know, like the aggressor or like the terrorist or whatever. And this guy had a master in something, and I had to prove all the time that I'm a good guy, and I'm like inviting them for food and doing stuff, because I feel that I need them to really like destroy this stereotypical picture. And after all I have done, like, he came close to my ear and he said to me, "You're a really nice guy, but I just wanted to ask you, have you ever killed any Israeli?" And at that time I was like 18 years old. And I bet, like, if this guy saw my life and witnessed what I witnessed, he would never ask me such a question. And I felt like the world really knows, sorry for my words, shit about us, you know? And I think and that made me sure at that time that I have to do what I'm doing, and I have to tell the stories of Palestine and Palestinians and people in Gaza, because people know nothing about us, really nothing. And they are, you know, like the acclaimed, educated people who knows everything about the world, but no, they know nothing. And yeah, I did my studies. My plan, actually, I finished in the time of COVID. My plan was to move back to Gaza and make the films that I wanted to make. I visited Gaza just 2 weeks before the war. It was my first time in 8 years. I tried many times to go, and I was refused, denied entry. I saw my sister, who is still in Gaza with her kids, and I left Gaza just 2 weeks before the war, as if I was going to say goodbye to Gaza and to family members that I lost in this war. And because we are talking about grief, many of these family members I lost, they really died, or they were killed, I would say, not by bombing. Like my uncle's wife, she was actually, I was calling her an aunt. I didn't know that she was my uncle's wife until I was, I don't know, maybe 20 years old. She was staying at a house where she evacuated with her kids and with her sons, but one of her sons had to move out because it was really crowded there. So he moved out with his kids, and they stayed in a tent for like 3-4 months. And suddenly she called him and she said to him, "I really want to see you, and I want to see the kids. And can you come and take me?" And she went to his tent with his kids, and she stayed there 2 nights. and she couldn't drink water. Like, he told me that when she was drinking the water, she dropped it on her lap, and next day, like he couldn't wake her up. She died. She passed away because she couldn't see his kids in a tent. She couldn't see him in such a situation where his kids are actually working, selling sweets, and they're living in a really miserable situation. Same with my uncle, who was in Toronto, and he passed away trying to get my grandmother out. And there was this Canadian system of SMS, or like he was waiting all the time to get my grandmother out of Gaza, and it didn't work. And then he just passed away. And it's the same uncle who told me about the film school in Poland. And, you know, I couldn't see that he was stressed, but his Polish friends told me that he was stressed because I was stressed myself, and maybe I couldn't really see him in that situation, you know? So, yeah, I mean, his daughter saw on his laptop notes. It's the first time he's writing a note on his laptop, and it was all blank, and he was writing like different feelings, anguish, frustration, anger, and that was written like just 3 days before his death, and he was just 49 years old. So it's not really a surprise that he died out of, you know, grief. And myself, I was also really not feeling well in the beginning. I was not believing in what I'm doing. You know, I'm seeing kids asking for water, for food, for protection, and I'm a filmmaker who was in Gaza thinking that I can make a change. But then when you see that the Israelis are killing a lot of journalists and filmmakers, you start to really think that what you're doing is important. Sorry for speaking too much, but I would give the voice.
No, thank you, Muhammad. First of all, thank you so much for sharing I'm so sorry about your family members who've passed away, not just from the genocide that's happening, but from the grief, from the immense amount of grief of having to bear witness and to even go through those experiences themselves, and the stories that you're telling about you know trying to humanize yourself in front of others. I can relate to you, being someone who, I was born in Iraq, and I had to move here to London because of the Iraq war, and I changed my name from Zahra to Zara to make it more Western, to humanize myself in front of the English people. I westernized myself. I have an English accent, but it's still not enough for them. So I thank you so much for sharing your experience. It's incredibly painful to hear you. This reminds me of a question that I wanted to bring back, that Dr. Maghribi mentioned about how exhausted, and also Muhammad, you just mentioned this, how exhausted you are having to bear witness and to see this, and to even Dr. Maghribi having to go through this experience, you know, from 2009, 2014, the first Intifada, and then, you know, one of 2021 and 2023, ongoing, never-ending genocide, never-ending onslaught of the murder of the Palestinians by the Israeli apartheid state. And it's exhausting. You know, we're seeing people bearing witness, and we are bearing witness, and it seems like we cannot afford to do this continuously. What I could think of right now is when I speak to my parents, who are both Iraqi refugees who now live in London, about Gaza. They tell me, you know, it's very painful, it's exhausting, but we are so tired. We're exhausted of this because we went through this, and you have all this energy, and you think about the future, and you're hopeful, but we are so tired of bearing witness. They cannot, and I don't blame them, they cannot afford to keep engaging at the same level I can. I'm extremely privileged to live in the diaspora. And so the question that I have now will come to Dr. Mate about, psychologically, how can we create a community or an experience where we can help ourselves bear witness to these atrocities in Gaza or worldwide happening? How can we make it easier, more sustainable for us, so that we don't lose our humanity, so we keep our empathy, so we can continue to help those that are suffering?
Well, you know, this morning I shared an article by the wonderful Israeli journalist Gideon Levy with my wife. And this article was about hostages returning from captivity. But in this case, it was a Palestinian woman that returned from Israeli captivity. And Gideon Levy was saying that in Israel, everybody's joyful and paying attention to the Israeli captives, which is understandable, who've been released from being hostages, but nobody's paying attention to the Palestinians who are being released. And this woman was a 62-year-old woman who's been arrested 5 times over the decades by Israel, spent time in jail, most recently 13 months, without any charges, without any trial, without anything. And she's never been convicted or charged with any violent activity. Anyway, I was sharing this article with my wife, and she says, I can't look at one more thing. It's too much. I can't handle it. And this is in the privileged situation of Vancouver, Canada, where for anybody who cares, anybody whose heart is open, it just becomes too much to even take it all in. And there's a kind of a emotional fatigue and overwhelm that happens. And this is from people who are not even Palestinians, who don't have relatives who are living in danger or who've been killed or tortured. And so for Palestinian people in the diaspora, it's unimaginable, the overwhelm and the fatigue. And all I can say is sometimes give yourself a break. Sometimes you need support. Sometimes you need respite. So you're not helping anybody if you overwhelm yourself, if you exhaust yourself. So do what you can, but don't try to do more than what you can, because then you won't be any use to anybody. Number one. And unfortunately, 2 facts are clear. One is that the Israeli state will continue to do what it does, no matter what we say or do, because it's got the support of all the big powers in the world, and because it's determined to dominate, and possibly to expel. They want that whole land. Not only they want that land, then they'll want more. If you look at the maps that some of the Zionist extremists have of Israel, it includes parts of Iraq and Jordan and the Sinai Desert. It won't end. So what I'm saying is this is a long-term struggle. And we need to be prepared to struggle in the long term. And we need to accept that, it's hard to say this, but we need to accept that we'll have to experience a lot of grief. We're going to have to experience a lot of grief. So how can we empower ourselves to experience the grief and not be depressed and not be oppressed and not be disempowered by that? So that takes energy and that takes self-care. Something that people take care of yourself. And sometimes if you have to take a respite, do it. Number one. Number two, nobody can do this on their own. It's too much for any of us. I mean, I myself, living in the comfort of Western Canada, I found myself overwhelmed for the first 3 or 4 months of this war. Every day, that's all I could think about. I still think about it every day. I go to sleep with it, I wake up with it. But don't do this on your own. Reach out for help. Talk to people about how you feel. Listen to each other. And just try to remember that there's a long struggle here. And we have to keep going. And in the short term, we may feel that nothing that we do makes any difference. But in the long term, it's going to make a difference. Because more and more people are waking up. And as you saw in the demonstrations in the United States campuses, many of the demonstrators supporting Palestine were actually young Jews. Not only, but many of them were. So what I'm saying is we have to have a long-term view here. And we have to have some faith in humanity that eventually the world will wake up. But you have to keep ourselves going and not to burn ourselves out. Now, again, that's a very I'm not satisfied by that answer I just gave you. I'm not satisfied by that. I'm not happy with what I just said. But it's just how I see it. And whatever practical support you can provide to the Palestinian people, apart from any political activity, provide the practical support. No, we don't have the billions of dollars to give that the American state provides to the Israeli military. But the nonprofits and the GoFundMes, such as was mentioned here before, do what you can. If you can give $10 or 10 pounds or 10 francs or 10 liras, do it. That'll help the Palestinians. It'll also help you. I wish I could give a more encouraging and inspiring response, but this is where it's at.
No, Dr. Mate, actually you answered my question that I was going to pose to you later in the panel, which was, we feel so much pain and anger, and they're so overwhelming and destructive, actually, but they also drive social movements and they push us to do things. They push us to action. And so you just explained to us how we can be sustainable in our actions. And from what we know about science, pain is something that keeps us alive, right? When historically protected us when we were looking for food, stomach pain after eating a berry would indicate that we should stay away from that bush. Pain in our limbs and our organs now tells us that we should seek medical aid. So pain, feeling the pain and feeling the empathy keeps us spiritually alive. And you actually mentioned in a podcast about if you have open hearts and open eyes, then your heart is going to be broken every single day.
That's right.
And that's something that is, that's the price that we're going to have to pay.
Let me ask my Palestinian friends here. I really am curious. Like Mohammed, what's it like for you personally? Like quite apart from the circumstances that you described and your history, well, what's it like every day for you? I'm just curious.
You mean every day for me at the time when I was in Gaza, or?
No, every day right now.
Thank you for this question. Every day is different than the other, but I think I chose this like filmmaking and cinema and writing as the way to maybe, I don't know what to call it, heal or to revenge in a way, So I feel this is my task, this is my mission, is to deliver what I know, what I experienced, what people experienced in Gaza to the world. In the beginning of the war, as I said, I was totally depressed. I didn't have any belief in what I'm doing. I felt so useless. As I said, people want protection, people want food. Nobody is able to provide them with that. Even the UN is not doing that. So I felt me, Mohammed, a filmmaker from Gaza, my people in Palestine, they really need me. Like, what can I do? But then when I was doing my films, and as I said, I knew that the narrative is changing. Of course, it's not the same. When I was 18 years old coming to Poland, people were thinking that maybe some, I'm not saying everyone, but I started to believe that this is really important, what I'm doing. And I really wish to go back to Gaza and make the films that I wanted to make. This is my main goal in life now, I think, is to go back, and I'm ready. But I was planning to go actually just right after, almost in November 2023, and then the genocide started, and I'm not able to. But I hope I will be able to do that, and I hope I will have some satisfaction by doing that.
Good for you. And Ahmed, what's it like for you?
Really,
once I evacuated from Gaza, just before the closure of the border, I remember, that was end of April last year.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about my psychological status first. During the war, I remember actually I didn't sleep at all that time. I used to sleep for 1 hour, 2 hours, maximum 3 hours. I used to sleep and woke up at the operative theater. I used to sleep on my mattresses at the floor. Okay? Because of the mass casualty patients used to present to the emergency department every minute, every 10 minutes. We used to have hundreds of casualties every day. Even my family, I couldn't see, frequently that time. I couldn't put, because of that, really, I noticed something very strange. I couldn't put things in order, If you ask me, like, for example, if you ask me tomorrow when we have met or when we did this Zoom meeting, I would say, okay, maybe last week, not yesterday. So I couldn't put things in order. It was scary for me. My nurses around me, they noticed that and they said, Dr. Mughrabi, please, you have to focus because of the patients, okay? And I used to have my pen, my notes. I remember at the end of the day, I used to write everything, day, date, name of the patients, okay, the incidents, okay, they destroyed that mosque, they destroyed that neighborhood, okay, I used to write end of the day, all these notes so I can remember. After evacuation of Nasser Hospital, like I remember 15th of November, after 3 weeks of siege of the hospital, they attacked the hospital, they invaded the hospital. And at midnight, we evacuated forcibly from the hospital. And I was lucky to escape from this checkpoint. There was a checkpoint at the gate of at the main gate of the hospital. They used which called artificial intelligence cameras, 2 big cameras. You have to stay and stand in front of these 2 cameras for 30 seconds, half minute, and then after that they can clear you. Either you go or they will arrest you. If they arrest you, they make you take off all your clothes, tie your eyes, cuff your hands, and they take you inside the stadium. There was a stadium where they beat people brutally, where they execute some of people there. I was lucky with my wife, my mother, my children to escape from this checkpoint, but they took my nurse behind me. Actually, my nurse, Rami, he's the head of nurse at my department. They took him with his brother and used to be detained for 2 months. And they released him after 2 months. He lost 15 kilograms of his weight. They beated him brutally. As they invaded the hospital, they arrested the whole medical staff, whole medical team. The hospital used to be as IDF military base for 2 weeks, I remember. When we came back to the hospital, we found many dead bodies. They executed all patients inside the ICU. We have found many graves inside the hospital with dead bodies, lots of dead bodies. It's scary. Anyway, see, I'm holding this old phone. Maybe Zara knows that why I'm holding this old phone, because I evacuated to Egypt. Until now, I'm speaking to you. Till this moment, I couldn't remember all my passwords for my Gmail, for my Hotmail, for my laptop. I left my laptop in Egypt because I couldn't remember the password. Till now, I don't know that my Gmail password, my Hotmail password. That's why I'm holding this phone, okay, because my Gmail and the Hotmail, it is open here. I tried many times actually to get my password again, but it doesn't work. So I decided when I evacuated to Egypt with Delphine and other good people like you to help my people in Gaza. Yeah, first month of evacuation to Egypt, I felt myself so guilty. I felt guilty. I couldn't sleep. I really, I had lots of these negative thoughts. Negative thoughts. I mean it. I mean it. I tried not to show my wife, not to show my children. All the time I asked my wife, okay, take the children outside of the apartment. I used to stay alone. First month, I couldn't go to the street at all. Only. I used to stay at the apartment, okay, speaking with my people, you know, in Gaza, with my relatives in Gaza. I decided, Delphine, actually, she didn't let me at all. She used to speak all the time with me. Okay, and one American friend, Brian, he used to speak, okay, Dr. Mughrabi, you have to be strong. You have to help your people. They need you, please. So, yeah, I thought I have to do something for my people in Gaza, because I feel, till this moment, I feel a little bit guilty, really, because I left my people. And yeah, Delphine, she organized everything to create and establish an association here in Belgium. The association name, by the way, the Wings of Healing. And we have a project which called Compassionate Hearts for Palestine. It's totally humanitarian, okay? We established a clinic there at the middle of Gaza and Deir al-Balah, where we treat children mainly and skin diseases among these displaced people. We established a school for children aged from 6 to 12. We have 246 students. Whenever we have some donations, we used to distribute like food parcels, you know. We used to provide some tents for the people, plastic sheets, whatever, you know. Whenever we have like extra money, we used to do something, you know, good for our people. By this way, actually, I feel a little bit, you know, that I can do something for my people, and I want to do more. I want to do more. But because of, you know, this, how to say it now, yeah, you have mentioned, you know, GoFundMe pages and many of these charities, we couldn't really collect so much donations. We barely per month used to collect like between 1,000 euro to 3,000 euro maximum. Okay, it's big effort to collect some donation and, you know, to send to our team in Gaza. We have 2 doctors, we have 3 nurses, we have 5 teachers. We send them salaries. We provide books for our students, pencils, this stuff, you know. Sometimes we provide juice, food for students. We provide medicine. Every month we have to buy, you know, like 1,000 euro, between 1,300, you know. We buy medicine because we provide medicine free for people. So we are struggling really to provide enough donation for our work, but we are insisting. We want to do more and more. We want to be bigger and help as much as we can, really.
Dr. Ahmed, Delphine was mentioning to me about, so we're talking about the future now. We're talking about what is going to happen next now that we have a ceasefire, which, as Dr. Mate mentioned, we know is not the end. You know, we know it's not the end. They're already bombing, you know, the West Bank, they're bombing Jenin. It's not the end of everything. But there is some hope for the future more than before. What are the missions, you know, that we have in mind for the Compassionate Hearts for Palestine, other than the school we already have, other than the clinic?
We have big projects, actually, and now we are working seriously on providing prostheses for amputee, especially children.
Yes.
Can you imagine how many thousands of children remained amputees? Okay.
There's around, I think, 4,000 actually, more than 4,000 amputees.
Believe me, the number is more than this, because our Ministry of Health, this according to the study released by Lancet, we undermining the numbers, numbers of killed, number of injured. number of amputees, orphans are more than released by our Ministry of Health. This is true, I can tell you. Thousands of people, they are how to say, they passed away under the rubble.
Yes.
Well, my family, I remember Al-Mughrabi family in Gaza, they used to have a very big house with their relatives, like brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law and their children. We don't have the exact number about my relatives who are till now under the rubble, but there is like roughly number 70 person. Can you believe that? 70 person. By the way, 15 of them are holding Moroccan nationality. Can you believe that? Nobody speak about it. Nobody speak. Maybe around 30 of them are children. Can you believe? They are citizens. They are normal civilians. Okay, my family. They are well known to be like merchants and businessmen. And they used to work in high class. One of them, he used to be a manager at UNDP organization. Nobody spoke about this. I'm speaking about single situation. They are under the rubble till now. And there are thousands like my family under the rubble. Who knows the number? It's, if you speak out of 2 millions, if we speak about 2 millions inhabitants in Gaza, I can tell you at least 10% of this population already wiped out. As minimum 10%. It is a real genocide. What are you speaking about? This small village with 2 million inhabitants, you have killed, I don't know how many hundred of these thousands. It's crazy. It is a genocide. One of my brother's wife, she's in Cairo. She has got 2 daughters actually with my brother, my own brother. Her family, they decided to stay in Gaza. They are family named Khalaf family. They used to live just, not far away from the Gaza port. It is a prestigious place on the sea, and they have a prestigious home, okay? And they decided not to leave Gaza. The family, her father, her mother, 3 brothers, wives, children, they decided to stay inside the home. Where to go? Because if they would leave Gaza, they would go to the tent. And they couldn't. The father is 75 years old. The mother is like 70 years old. And she's ill. I know her personally. I know her family very well. And they're also our relatives. The mother used to be very sick with hypertension and diabetes. She couldn't walk. So they decided to stay home. And can you imagine what happened with this family? When the IDF invaded Gaza, okay, and this started invading neighborhoods, they found this family inside the house. Guess what they did with this family? Guess what? They executed them, bullet in the head. The children, they executed the children even. Bullet in the head. Everybody bullet in the head. Can you believe that? I have lost three of my colleagues are plastic surgeons. Used to be so close to me. One of them used to be ex-head of my plastic and burn department. Used to be before me, Dr. Hassan. They attacked him with his whole family. Okay, they attacked his house and they killed everybody. But Dr. Ahmad al-Maqadma, Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitta, he spoke about him. He used to do like a master's degree online in London, Dr. Ahmad. Ahmad used to be my junior also, okay? And he decided not to leave Gaza with his mother. His wife used to be at south of Gaza. When again the IDF reached his house, His mother is a family doctor, family medicine doctor, and she's old, by the way, maybe also 70 years old. They reached the house. They found Dr. Ahmed and his mother at the house. They asked him to go out. And when they went out, they asked him to move forward. And they started moving forward. And they executed from the back. They killed him. They killed Dr. Ahmed and his mother. They are criminals. They are criminals. What we have witnessed, it is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Never, I would never, Palestinians, they don't do like what they do. Like what they do. I remember my family, originally we came from Jaffa. My family, Al-Mughrabi, we used to send orange to the whole world. My family used to be so rich that time, okay, in 1920. When the British mandate came, we used to receive many of Jewish community. We give them lands. We received all Jewish community at our house, okay. We give them land, house, we provide them with food, okay. And what happened by British mandate? They created Haganah, okay, group of gangs, and they started doing massacres against us and part also of my family and our relatives' family killed by these, Haganahs and Jewish gangs that time. And forcibly, we fled the country south to Gaza, because Gaza used that time to be part of Egypt. We are carrying this pain from generation by generation. We are carrying this pain since long time, by the way. Since long time. We are Palestinians, we used to be peaceful people, agriculture people. We are not like that. We are not like that.
Mohammed, when you said that they asked you if you killed any Israelis.
Yeah.
I think maybe this has changed now since October the 7th. But they never used to ask Israelis, did you kill any Palestinians?
Exactly.
Even though the numbers killed on one side or the other were completely disproportionate. From 1947 on and even before, the chances of an Israeli killing a Palestinian were always much greater than the chance of a Palestinian killing an Israeli.
Especially if the Palestinian was just 18 years old coming out of that.
Yeah, and then they ask you, have you killed an Israeli? I mean, it's like the world is upside down.
Exactly. Unfortunately, it's the same as you mentioned, Dr. Gabor, with the Palestinian prisoners and the Israeli hostages. I check you ask me also how is every day for you. I check Al Jazeera, I check BBC, CNN, and Times of Israel to receive the same information from different dimensions. So like every time you read in the Western media, one hostage came out with 2 fingers exploded. Nobody's mentioning the Palestinians, how they're coming out with skin diseases, traumas, stuff. You see it, but also when you see a headline about Palestine, Israel, you have in the headline 3 Israelis killed. You enter that article and you find 3 Israelis were killed and hundreds of Palestinians died. Like the hundreds are not making the title, but the 3 Israelis, So you start to see how really we don't matter. We try, as you said also about validation, our stories are not validated. Also, when I came to Poland, 18, 19 years old, I went to Auschwitz actually twice. And it was so interesting, I'm coming from Gaza, going to Auschwitz, and around me there are Israeli youngsters, like 17, probably coming for this trip that they do before going to the army, and they are carrying Israeli flags all around them. And the only thing that came to my mind, would they really be convinced if they knew that I'm from Gaza and I'm coming and visiting this place? No way they would think that I'm from Gaza. You know, I didn't tell them, of course, but, you know, being there and seeing all this, of course, it was emotional for me, even as someone from Gaza, to be honest, seeing the hair of people, because I didn't really care if it was Jewish, Muslim, Christian who was killed there. It looked like an evil place, a really vicious place. And, you know, I remember the pictures of the shoes and the clothes and the hair, and also seeing the people who were stripped out of their clothes in the in Gaza, in the stadium of Yarmouk. You know, I just saw the pictures a few days ago, and these pictures also, they are somehow aligned with this, what's happening in Auschwitz. But would the Palestinians in Gaza really make a museum of all these clothes and stuff, and people would come from Manhattan visiting this museum in Gaza? No way, because some pain is more expensive than others. Sometimes you feel, right? Unfortunately,
Yeah.
It's more valued. Sorry, not expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Elisa, maybe we can see, do we have any questions from the audience you have with you? Does anybody want to ask a question to our panelists?
Do we have any? Two? Can you hear us?
Zara?
One, two.
Yes.
Can I say just a few
Absolutely,
words
yes.
about our association? Just
Absolutely.
while
waiting for the
people
audience.
are preparing their question.
Yes,
I
please,
would, I would like to say the association names is the Wings of Healings. Our project is Compassionate Hearts for Palestine. For the moment, we have two enormous projects, very beautiful. One is to create more schools, little schools in Gaza. The second is to create a 3D labs of prosthesis for children. We are working hard here to raise funds in Belgium, and it works. I think we are going to create the two projects, but we are looking for partners to help us to raise funds, and this is a way to heal. So don't hesitate if you are interested by this project, by supporting us. Please contact us via Zara or Dr. Al-Moghrabi. Thank you.
Yes, and I will, Elisa and Alina have my email address, and Dr. Gabor Mate and Muhammad both have that. So if you know of anyone who would like to partner on these projects for the 3D prosthetics for the thousands of amputated children now in Gaza, and also the schools, as Delphine mentioned, it's incredible healing. And to continue children's education in the time of conflict is incredibly important. That's one thing that they can't take away from us. So yes, please get in touch. Do we have any questions from the audience? Elisa?
1, 2. Does sound work?
Can you hear us?
1, 2, 1, 2.
I think your microphone might not be working. Could you try again?
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
We still can't hear you.
1, 2.
Yes,
1,
we can
2.
hear you now. Amazing.
Okay, finally. Sorry. So sorry.
No problem, no problem. The floor is...
Right. Just, first of all, massive thank you for this, for holding us in this conversation and honoring us with being so vulnerable with us and sharing your stories. We're very honored, and we'll be thinking about them a lot, I think, while we look at our future actions and campaigns that we're planning. I think a lot of us were quite teary here and quite quiet, but just wanted to, yeah. Does anybody have any questions that they'd like to ask? Yeah, Alicia.
It's only heads up and a cute word about this 3D prosthetics. We also have been in contact with Polish medical mission, and we were gonna do something similar. So definitely, if I may, I would catch up later, and I will pass the mic to the other people. Thank you.
And also, I'd add that we'd very, very happily, with all the collectives that have been organizing the events this weekend, I'm sure we'd be very glad to share donation links. And on my side, at least from Collective Kafia, we'd be very happy to get involved with some of the fundraising projects. So we'll definitely be in touch about that. And any other questions?
Not a question, just wanted to maybe once again emphasize what we've been feeling for sure here, and just wanted to express utmost gratitude for your stories and your sacrifice, and we here salute you, and also to you, Zara, for leading the discussion on such a heavy topic. Your resilience. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. When Elena asked me, I was thinking, this is not my place at all. So I managed to get Dr. Maghrabi, and so thank you for making me a part of this discussion. We have another question?
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yes, please.
First of all, Mohammed, good to see you again. You never call me, so please do. But my question is for Dr. Mate. I understand that, given the day that it is tomorrow, and, we are also commemorating the crimes that happened here in Poland, I understand that it's completely different in terms of the numbers, the politics, the motives behind it. But coming from someone who was born into a genocide and then spent so much time working in the occupied Palestinian territories and is so invested in this current genocide, I understand that there is absolutely no comparison to the crimes that were the Holocaust, but are you able to draw any parallels between genocides, or the question is there, is it a genocide or not? A lot of people are sort of in denial, Holocaust deniers. Are you able to draw any comparisons, not necessarily in terms of, maybe the numbers or something, but just in terms of the other aspects that we spoke about tonight?
I think it's not helpful to compare historical events. Every historical event has got its own characteristics, its own background, its own features. Auschwitz was quite unique in a certain sense, because it wasn't a war necessity. It was actually just a deliberate mechanized murder of people, infants, adults, whoever they were. And Gaza, I used to be hesitant using the word genocide for Gaza, but then I looked at the international definition of genocide, and I looked at the Jewish Israeli scholars of the Holocaust who've called Gaza genocide. And they don't talk about this in the West very much, but it's leading Holocaust experts who are Jews and Israelis themselves, who've served in the IDF, who are calling this genocide. Now, it's not exactly the same, but to an infant or to a child who's undergoing the suffering, does it matter, the differences? The emotional and human experience is the same. And the source of these crimes, both of these crimes, is hatred. It's the commitment to domination, and it's contempt for humanity. So in that sense, they're not different. So even though if we can talk about the historically distinct features of each of these events, the impact on young children And the impetus that drives these war crimes is very similar. And in 1948, 3 years after the genocide in Europe, Albert Einstein and other Jewish leaders sent a letter to the New York Times, which was published, warning about the rise of fascism in Israel. In 1948, about the threat of fascism. And so fascism is not a German phenomenon. It's an international phenomenon. So again, we can talk about the differences, but the similarities are too shocking to even think about. But they're there. And honest to God, when I was watching on TikTok, these Palestinian tents being burned, having been attacked by the Israelis, I said, this is like watching Auschwitz on TikTok. And the difference is that the Germans went to all kinds of trouble to try and keep this a secret. Whereas this one we're watching online. So the shock is all the greater. That's my response.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mate. Do we have any more questions from our audience? I don't believe we have any questions on the live stream. I'll just really quickly have a look again and see. Anybody who's joining us on the live stream and not in person, if you have any questions, please pop them into the live chat and we can have our panelists answer them. Elisa, do we have any further questions?
Just checking now. I don't think so. Or just because we're streaming on different platforms, so Zoom is.
I can see we have a question in the meeting chat. Yes. So whoever has, I can only see your name as attendee. You can either put your question into the chat or you can feel free to unmute yourself and ask. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
My name is Hussein. Nice to be here. I've been listening to this meeting all day almost. I heard the very nice things, and I'm Polish, Palestinian, or Palestinian Polish. It's hard to hear things, especially I heard from Dr. Ahmad about what he have seen and how he evacuated from Gaza. I can kind of relate because my wife is from Gaza, and I was trying to evacuate her from Gaza during the war. She was evacuated end of February. So that's why I feel the pain. I'm personally from the West Bank, so as well, because there was talking about being guilty, as well being from West Bank, living in Europe. That makes me feel some kind of guilty that I'm not there. I'm not experiencing the same pain, the same struggle. I will make it short. I will be asking Mohammed two questions. So when you are making a movie, usually you are trying to say something, deliver a message. In such situation, what type of messages that you would consider to deliver, or would you struggle with asking yourself, what should I say? What's the right idea that I may tell right now? What's the right story? What story to pick between all of these stories? Which story would be an ideal story to make a movie about? This is the first question. The second one is, because I have my personal issue with the Palestinian cinema, because it's not an issue actually. It's just I would like to live to a point where I can see a movie about Palestine or about Palestinian, about a Palestinian without Israel. You know, it's a normal issue. It's a family issue. He's having an issue with his friends, or his wife is going through a tough time in his divorce, for example, not going through whatever the Palestinians going through. So would you ever think about making a movie about a Palestinian who is having a normal issue, not related to Israel? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hussein, for your questions. I really don't know what is the ideal film to make about Palestine or about Gaza, and that's maybe my daily struggle, that I don't know what is new that I can bring to the table, especially after the world watched everything from Gaza. I don't know what me, Mohammed, from Gaza, who has been living in Poland for some years already, can bring to the table, you know. That's my daily struggle, what I have to tell. And also, if I need to remake the scenes that we all have seen of children, or like these kids who were watching their father burning, or I don't know what, all these shocking scenes, I don't know if remaking them will actually make disrespect, or what can I say? I don't know. What can I really bring new? But what I'm sure of, that because I grew up in Gaza, I was born and I lived 17 years, maybe I understand more the dynamics between people and how everyone thinks, and the society in Gaza. So I think the meaning of a film, making a film, can make the audience live the journey with the characters of the film, than, you know, a 30 seconds or 1 minute video on social media of a little girl, you know, asking for her mom or her father, but you know, and then you can just see another video and another video. But when you make a whole film about this girl, like, who is she? What is her ambition? What is her mother for her? What is her father for her? Like, what was the last present that her father gave her before he was killed? And all these details, you know, you can help the audience to build a bond with these characters and make their stories heard and meaningful to everyone. I think this is really important in my field and in what I'm doing. So the second question about why we don't see films about normal issues in Palestine. Of course, we have normal issues in Palestine, but I think sometimes, I mean, not sometimes, most of the times, our urgency to make films is about the occupation that is affecting us daily. And because also sometimes the Israelis are like, maybe not all of them, but some of them are like, why don't Palestinians just live their life? I mean, Israelis can live their life because we are the ones who are left behind the wall. We cannot live our life because our movement is restricted by the walls. Our food is restricted by the walls. Our daily, you know, breath is restricted by the occupation. It's in Gaza, it's in the West Bank, it's for the Palestinians in diaspora. We are living this occupation day by day. We are living it even like now. I cannot see my sister in Gaza. Any Israelis in Europe can go to Tel Aviv and land in there and meet their family. So the urgency for these themes are, I think, our priority as filmmakers. I also make films about the social issues in Palestine. Sometimes they are shadowed by the occupation, like in my first documentary film, Shuja'iyya, a couple, they are like divorcing because the husband has one leg, his wife has two legs, and his family want him to marry someone else so she can take care of him because his ex-wife is not useful somehow anyway, you know. And this is because of the war. This is because she lost her two legs. Of course, this is a social issue, but it's affected. It's because of the war. And I think this is the urgency. This is what has to be told. And I appreciate any film from Palestine, even if it's not maybe directly about the occupation, but we have to really not deny that our life is totally affected by the occupation, and it's ongoing. As Dr. Gabamate said, it's not only October 7th, it's not even when Hamas took over Gaza. I remember, I mean, I was named after my uncle who was killed in the first Intifada, Mohammed. My mom was pregnant, and she called me Mohammed because of that. And I remember the second Intifada. And until now, it's carrying on with me. Every time I hear it, like a surprising sound of a car or of a table falling or something, I'm like really turning around like crazy. And people would be like shocked. Oh, why? You lived in Gaza, you lived in a war. Like, why are you so scared? And it's actually working the opposite, you know, like you are the most scared when you hear these sounds. So it is staying with me, and it's staying with my father, even who has a tinnitus till now because of an explosion. And we lived also in Gaza on the east side in Shujaiya, which was totally destroyed in 2014. We rebuilt the house, and then it was flattened again. So we lost our home actually twice in 10 years. You know, for an Israeli, or I mean, not an Israeli, but anyone, it's not common to lose your home twice within 10 years. But for me, this is, you know, an H in my heart, and I want to express that. I want to talk about that, and this is the urgency to me.
I have a story for you, a proposition, if you don't mind, about a good film you can make it. Can I say? I have one cousin. His name is Imad Arafat. Now he's like 62 years old, Imad. He's well known in Gaza. We call him Abu George. He's out of 7 brothers and 2 sisters, this big family my aunt has. This Imad, or Abu George, we call him Abu George. Why? Because he used to be so beautiful guy, you know, blue eyes, you know, it's like, you know, like Western man. And I remember this family used to live also at the coastal side of Gaza, Arafat family. They used to be like a fisherman. They used to have horses before First Intifada. Used to be so beautiful. Many women from different part of the world used just to come and see this imam. You can ask about this story. I'm telling you truth, really. And this Abu George, one Jewish girl actually fall in love with him, and he loved her so much. Abu George used to be like, you know, like a free man. Okay, he used to drink alcohol. He's not like, you know, and he used to work inside Israel, and he has lots of connection. Even he has lots of coffee in Gaza, at the coastal beach of Gaza. He's my close friend. I love him so much, really. And this Lena, actually, he loved Lena so much. Lena came from Israel, okay, and she lived at his house. His family used to have big house at the coastal side with horses. Every week, me and my mother used to go there and, you know, to meet with Lena. She used to be very nice to me. I used to be a young boy. She used to give me some chocolate sweets, Lena. And they used to live for like 5-6 years together. Can you believe that? And he loved her so much. But what happened? Israeli court sent IDF soldier and took Lena from the house. All Gaza know this story, by the way. They took her to the court and they put my cousin Abu George, okay, in the jail, and they make a court for him, and they made him to make a divorce forcibly. When he actually defended himself at the court, he said to them, okay, why do you want me to make divorce with my wife? I love her. The judge said to him, no, you are not Jew, and her family is a religious Jew, so you can't be together for lifetime, so you have to do divorce now. He said, no, okay, I'm agree. I'll be a Jew. I'm a Jew. I'm not a Muslim. I'm a Jew. He said like this in the court. I'm not Muslim. I'm a Jew. I love her. I don't want to be separated. He said, no, you can't. Can you believe that? And they made divorce forcibly. Can you believe that? And they said to him, if we know that you will speak to her, or if you will come and touch her, we'll put you inside the jail for 10 years. This story is not well known in Gaza. It is a love story between my cousin and Lena. Yeah.
This is in the 70s or 80s, I think, when people were...
Yes, during just before the first Intifada. I have his number, I could text, I can give you, he will give you the whole story.
This is the thing, like every time, something happened in our region, in Palestine, you want to make a story about Muhammad al-Durra, you want to make this story, you want to make the story of Arafat, you want to make this story of 2009, and then 2015, it's something that...
Action.
So you don't know, you don't know what is like the priority, like what you want to make, really. Like every time is something happening and it's bigger than the other. So you are really thinking of theme and what is the most important. It's ongoing. It never stops for 75 years. You have thousands of stories.
Yeah, thousands of these stories. Really, it's lots of pain.
Yes. And it's a love story.
The love story, yes. And Muhammad, one day I have the hope that you will make the real story, the real documentary of, the Palestinians returning to Gaza, returning to their homes. We have the imagery of the keys of all of the families who left in 48 and afterwards. They're carrying the keys of the doors of their homes, and those are stories that we will see. Hopefully in the future. Hopefully we will see those stories.
I mean, Hussein was asking me also, like, being away and how frustration can sometimes take over you. Indeed, I had moments I was really feeling depressed, useless, frustrated, not able to work from morning till evening. Even like sometimes I would get angry maybe at people that they don't deserve my anger. So I think talking to my family and people around me in Gaza, they were giving me so much strength. And to be honest, maybe after living away from Gaza for some time, I sometimes forget how people are resilient there, and not only resilient, I think it all comes from faith. Everyone has faith, and sometimes I'm so depressed and I talk to my sister, like, how are you? And she tries to like tease me while I hear the bombardment just, in the background, or with the children or with my uncles. And, I remember as a kid, I never went to a therapist, but I would go to my uncle who would be very harsh on me as like, why are you sad? You should not be sad. Come on, believe in God. God is the one. Everything will be fine. And I go out from there and I'm like totally healed, Seriously, like this strength and this confidence and this faith makes me feel much better. And when I talk to them, they are in the misery, and not me. I'm here far away. They really cheer me up instead of it being the opposite, me being away trying to cheer them up. Unfortunately, this is the truth.
This is, and they are, I can attest and say the same exact story. Every time I speak to Dr. Ahmed and he tells me, just have faith because God is there. I'm not a particularly religious person, but my faith has actually become stronger in the last 15 months, speaking to people in Gaza, speaking to Dr. Ahmed, just seeing the resilience and the faith tells me if they are in the middle of a war zone, conflict zone, a genocide, and they still have faith in something, in God, in something that will, bring them, hope, then who am I to say anything? Who am I in a position of privilege to say that I can't have faith?
Yes, and maybe last message, really, I want really to pass here through this meeting. Believe me, I have visited many places in this world. Me as an Arab person, believe me, it doesn't. You see, from Morocco, go Tunisia, Egyptian, Lebanese, Saudi. We as Arab, really, we are humble people. We are generous people. Believe me. If you ask my soul, I would give you my soul. We help everybody. It doesn't matter, you are Jew, Christian, whatever. We give our souls, okay, for the other people. Believe me. The Arab are known, you know, they are welcoming, they are very generous. We are peaceful people. We are peaceful people. And by the way, other people, they are using our generosity. Believe me. Look at Saudi, Emirati. We love all kind of people. This is the message actually it should reach the whole world. Really, we give our souls to our friends. We are helping as much as possible. We don't have any issues against anybody. Believe me. This is really, this Saudi, in Lebanon, everywhere. Arab are so humble, so generous, so welcoming.
Bien sûr. Dans quelle langue dois-je traduire?
Having troubles with the sound?
Quelle langue dois-je traduire?
I think we're getting some sound from Dr. Maghribi. Dr. Maghribi, thank you for that message. Would you? Oh, I think. Sorry, I think we'll ask you to mute. Delphine, if you could mute your. Not sure where that sound is coming from.
Sorry.
No. No problem. I think it's fine now. We can't hear anything now. It's not a problem. But that's a lovely message to end on, about generosity and about kindness and about just what the real true feeling of the Palestinians is and how to pass that on to the world, especially coming from Dr. Ahmed Maghribi. Dr. Gabor Mate, do you have anything you'd like to add for us to wrap up this session? I'm sorry, I'm putting all the pressure on you to end here.
No, I'm just grateful to have been invited. It's honored to meet all of you, Muhammad and Ahmed, and I hope we can meet again under better circumstances.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us and being here. And thank you to everyone from our audience, to our panelists, for joining in and being part of this really important conversation. I'd love to take more questions and keep this conversation going, but we're about 40 minutes over the time we said we would finish. So I just wanted to say, again, thank you. It's really important conversations and discussions to be having. Thank you to the organization. Thank you to Elena and Eliza and the team for organizing all of this and for allowing me to be a part of it, to moderate this panel. And if you want to keep in touch, let us know. You know how to reach us on social media. And thank you to everyone again. And
thank you guys too.
Anything to add? All good?
Thank you so much. It's a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're so honored. Thank you.
So I
Have a great night. Bye.
Thank you so much. Best of luck. Take care.